And we are live. Welcome to the NFL First Look. I am Josh Engleman. I'm joined by Matt Kajeski. We are brought to you by No House Advantage. Got a lot to talk about. Pretty tame slate, though. Just 10 games. We can work our way through it. Ownership numbers starting to rise in a collective just because we've got a lot less games. Got more teams on buys. Be sure. Loughy's saying he's going to save his like for the 10 a.m. show. What a jerk. Put it in here now. Who needs his like? Don't worry. I'll get the rest of them anyway. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Matt, how's it going?
It's great, man. You already got my like. I'm ready to go.
There we go. I don't ever hit the like button on these shows, which is really funny. I call for likes and it's never mine. I don't have it up here like that. That's not the window that I see, so I can't like it. I do like it, though.
Yeah, we're almost to 100. Let's get there, guys.
Oh, yeah. We'll soar above 100. When we add a couple more thousand people in here, we'll be up over 500 like it's nothing. Loughy's jaw will be on the ground. He won't be able to understand how good we are at achieving likes for this show. Lots to talk about, though. How did your college football Saturday go? How did you enjoy? I don't know. Alabama lost, right? Clemson lost. How was your college Saturday?
It was great. I mean, the upsets, if you're a person that loves chaos, which I am, living in Wisconsin, we don't really have a national powerhouse. So anytime we can get new blood in the playoff picture, that's what I am hoping for. I've been a TCU fan all year. So now they've continued their undefeated season. If they win out, we might see like a TCU playoff, which is awesome. But for DFS, it was good. I secured my third seat to the College Football World Championship, running just hotter than the sun. Very lucky to get that. So it was a good day for me.
Awesome to hear, that's for sure. You know what else was awesome yesterday? We no longer have to watch the Phillies play baseball. Suck it, Loughy. You thought you were being funny with that like nonsense before. Enjoy your baseball team going home for the rest of the season.
At least they've got the Eagles.
Yeah, I can't wait till I hope they lose the Super Bowl too, and it's really a traumatic experience for the entire city of Philadelphia.
You're not a Philly fan whatsoever?
No, I'm an anti-Philly fan. That's one thing that even moving away from the state of Pennsylvania 13 years ago has still stuck. That is in my blood. It's like herpes. It doesn't go away.
You Pittsburgh guy? No.
I'm more of a Pittsburgh guy than anything else. I was a Washington redacted fan growing up, but I supported Pittsburgh when they went to both Super Bowls. I had a bunch of friends that were going to like Pitt and Duquesne, and so I would go out there.
All right.
It was a good time to be in Pittsburgh when they won both of those Super Bowls, but I've never really cared. I liked Roethlisberger, even though he was a piece of shit.
Yeah, well, I've been a Bears fan, so it's not like it's been any better. It's just been actually significantly worse.
We had the sexy Rexy era. That was good.
Yeah, we went to the Super Bowl, returned that opening kickoff, thought it was a wrap. Turns out it was not.
I'm lighting up chat right now. They don't seem to be very happy.
Josh is an anti-sports fan. He just likes money. I mean, I like money too.
Josh only watched soccer from another country. This guy is a true anti-American. I mean, England's basically us anyway. So let's be honest here.
Money making Mitch playing football at Duquesne. All right. Hey, college basketball's back on Monday. Hopefully Duquesne's got a year. They're going to be on some slates.
I didn't even realize college basketball was back.
Yeah, man. I'm about to start my death march through November, but it's all good.
Josh shows up to an NFL show wearing a soccer jersey. That says all you need to know. It's true.
I'm wearing a high school football shirt.
There you go. There you go. How do you guys feel about Washington getting Bezos as a possible owner? I mean, I would love it if Jeff Bezos bought the Washington football team. That would be awesome. Oh my God, it would be so awesome.
Yeah, why not?
That's so much money. Like you're going to do some really ridiculous stuff. I would imagine they would become very, very interesting. They got to be run better. You would think he'd be able to install better operations than Daniel Snyder did.
It sounds like it was a disaster.
They are not the Commanders in my heart. They are the football team. That sounds cooler. I'm trying to make it sound more soccer-like. Washington football team is an infinitely better name than Commanders. It's like they went, you know what we should do? We should get a name that makes people want to say the old one. Because that's what it is. I'm way more likely to say the R word for Washington now than I was before, because Commanders is awful. It's truly terrible. I don't think it gets worse. If they would have just picked a better name, they'd have been fine.
They should have stayed with football team.
Hold on. My AirPods cut out. Give me 1 second. Now they're back. What did you say?
I said they should have stayed with football team. Nothing important.
They should have stayed with football team. I completely agree. That was actually interesting.
Wow, they're on the slate today. So
they are on the slate.
To talk about them.
Do you know who I have the least amount of exposure to of all teams on today's slate?
I'm guessing it's them, but maybe it should be Carolina.
It is Washington. 2 shares of Antonio Gibson, 3 shares of Curtis Samuel, and nothing else. But you ready to get into it? We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, let's do it.
All righty. Up to 162 likes now, up to 800 people let's keep hitting that like button and let's talk about the running back spot. And this is a little bit more difficult than it's been. We see Ramondre Stevenson as the highest owned projected running back. Travis Etienne not too far behind. We've got a couple other guys that are at like the 17% or higher mark. It's really just a pretty clean line drawn in the sand where there's like 6 running backs that are getting all the exposure and then no one else is. Let's start with the most chalky 2, whether that's Stevenson or Etienne. How are you feeling about either one of them? They're basically priced the same. They're in the exact same range. How does that ownership feel to you?
Honestly, I think it might be a little low. Now with the bye weeks, we just don't have as many alternatives. But I think these guys are both rock solid. Etienne, since they lost James Robinson, his workload's been rock solid. He was already occupying that pass game role previously. Now he's just worked into what is basically a feature back role for this team. And if you're going to drop game environments for Jacksonville, I mean, this might be one of the better ones they face all year. They're 2.5-point underdogs to Vegas, but they're not going to be favored in many games. They're playing at home. The total's 48. So literally everything you would drop for Etienne sets him up for a good day here. And I honestly thought he'd be more owned. So we'll see how this shakes out as we lead up to kickoff here. But that was a bit of a surprise to me. Ramondre, I think, is just a product of Damian Harris has been injured. So he makes sense. He's going to be in a larger role because of that.
So as I look at those guys, I see the running back spot and the Etienne spot. It's a little interesting to me just because of the way that we have everybody projected in that range. We have Ramondre Stevenson at about 23 fantasy points at 6,200. He is the highest owned guy at around 29%. That all makes sense to me. When we look at Etienne, though, we have him projected just under 18 fantasy points. So we're giving up 5 fantasy points from Stevenson to Etienne at basically the same ownership. We can give up 1 additional point. That takes you to Kenneth Walker, same salary as Stevenson, 10% less ownership than Etienne. That one right out of the gate doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I almost feel like Etienne is slightly over-owned. You could also go slightly ahead of him. You can go to someone that I think we're going to talk about shortly in Joe Mixon, also close to 10% less ownership at a comparable projection. One is at 17.9, the other's at 17.5. I actually feel like based on everything that's around him, Etienne's pulling slightly more ownership than I would have expected. He's almost getting ownership as if he were like $300 or $400 cheaper than he is. Not to say that he's not a great point per dollar play, because that's obviously the case. There's a reason he's getting that ownership. I'm just a little surprised that what's around him isn't pulling more ownership.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't really have a strong take on this. I just thought he would come in more owned than this. I thought we were going to see something like, I don't know, 30, 35%. So 26 seemed a little low to me, but ultimately you make great points. There are alternatives, Ramondre being one himself, but Mixon's a fantastic one today. I'm seeing 17% ownership on the back end of our tools. That might be a little high, honestly, because Joe Mixon is just basically face planted every time he's been on the field this year. Some a product of his doing, some a product of that offensive line, which has struggled to begin the year, but he also has that feature back workload for Cincinnati. Now, without Jamar Chase, conceivable he sees more work. And if you were going to draw up matchups on paper, like facing Carolina is one of the better ones for Mixon that he'll probably see all year. So I think he's an excellent pivot. I'm glad you mentioned him at 17%. He should probably be drawing more ownership.
And yeah, I want to make sure that I'm clear here, because I don't want to make it sound like I'm steering people in a direction. Travis Etienne is still a very good play. I believe that he and Ramondre Stevenson would be very high in the cash considerations list, probably 2 of the first 3 running backs that you would be putting in there, depending on where the rest of your salary is. So like they are guys that you should be playing by default. When I'm talking there, it's more along the lines of, is there a way I can make this lineup a little bit lower owned without really giving up as many fantasy points as it seems? And we'll get to that a little bit further. Let's go all the way to the top now. Pay up options don't really exist the way that we've seen it before. Austin Eckler in at 8,800 on DK today. Next closest guy for him is Dalvin Cook, $1,000 cheaper. So let's just say that Eckler is sort of on an island when it comes to salary. How do you feel about paying all the way up for him today? 20% owned right now in our ownership projections.
Yeah, I mean, he's awesome as a play. He's like one of those guys you can't really poke holes in. His pass catching role is phenomenal. it's basically an opportunity cost thing. Do you want to spend the extra salary, go up and get him? Or do you want to build something more balanced that actually projects a little bit better? So I think both are viable. You can definitely play Eckler, especially in tournaments. He has the ceiling. We already know. They're playing Atlanta, who's terrible on defense. But I think it just basically is an opportunity cost decision. Would you rather play Eckler, or would you rather go down and play any combination of Ramondre, Etienne, Mixon, some of the other backs we'll talk about in the near future? And that's generally where I am right now. I was surprised to see 20% ownership, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's just an awesome player overall with an awesome role. So, I mean, it's hard to knock him at any degree. It's basically just price is prohibitive today.
Yeah, I think the ownership is warranted just for this matchup. I mean, you get a Falcons team that ranks 30th in passing DVOA at Football Outsiders, 26th in rushing DVOA. Austin Eckler obviously involved in both facets of the game. He's not just like run first or pass only. Like he's going to do a little bit of everything. And there's no comp for him. There's nobody else around his salary to take it away. If you have the ability to pay up to Eckler, it makes sense to me to pay up to Eckler. You're not going to find a better matchup on the day. So I think he's well worth the 8,800. It's more like, do you get to a pay up Eckler, or are you paying up more aggressively at wideout for Kupp, Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, all these guys, Devontae Adams? Those 5 guys are all in the 8K range. Those are really the comps for Eckler today. Eckler is on an island running back wise. So I'm happy to go visit Austin Eckler Island today. That was a good line. I'm pretty proud of that.
Playing a little bit.
Okay. Now we can work our way down. We got 3 guys in the 7K range. We mentioned Dalvin Cook at 7,800. We also have Aaron Jones at 7,400. He's matching Eckler from an ownership perspective at 20%. And then you get Josh Jacobs at 7,300. We have projected basically the same as Aaron Jones, basically owned the same as Aaron Jones. I feel like it's sort of Jones and Jacobs, and then Cook is difficult to get to. Do you see any appeal to Dalvin Cook today? Because he's not really pulling that much ownership.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. It's purely a pay up to be contrarian spot for him, I think. Basically, like, I'm not sure our tools are correct. I think looking at the 6K running backs, they might draw a lot more ownership than we think. So maybe paying up for a guy like Josh Jacobs, like Jones, could be a little more contrarian than we're anticipating. On the back end, just running our projections, you're not getting a lot of these expensive backs. You're barely getting any Eckler. You're barely getting any Jones. And when you do get any of them, Jones seems to be the guy that pops the most. It's pretty close between him and Jacobs on the back end. The projection is narrow. So I think this just comes down to, okay, Jones projects slightly better. That's why you're getting a little more of him. But when you dive into the matchups for these guys, I think Jones ends up being a little more secure than Josh Jacobs overall. I mean, the Packers are playing the Lions, so it's another one of those spots where it's one of the best matchups Green Bay is going to face all year. The total is solid, 49.5. Again, they're 3.5-point road favorites. They're playing in the Dome. All that sets up really well for Aaron Jones. And then on the other side, Josh Jacobs playing the Jaguars. It's another pretty decent spot, 2.5-point favorites, 48 total. And Jacobs has the role that we've basically been wanting for him throughout his career. He finally is receiving work on pass downs. The volume is just absolutely monstrous for him. So I think these guys are awesome GPP plays. With people living in that 6K range, I think you can actually shave off some ownership by going up here.
I'm with you. I don't ever like days where I don't get Dalvin Cook, but I just don't see it today. It's so much easier to go Aaron Jones and Jacobs. I'm actually getting to more Jacobs than Jones, but I don't have a preference. Those 2 guys look identical. They're separated by $100. They're separated by 0.3 of a fantasy point. The correct way to the $100 more expensive guy is getting that. They've got the same ownership. I just want to get to that sort of range, but you mentioned it before. This 6K range is loaded because we talked about Etienne, we talked about Stevenson. Now I guess it's time to get to more guys in the 6s that look good, whether that's Leonard Fournette at 6,600, Joe Mixon, who I mentioned before, at 6,500. Mixon already pulling close to 20% ownership. I mentioned Kenneth Walker before at 6,200. He's relatively close to 20% owned as well. Dante Foreman's getting some love in this area. And then there's guys that aren't. Like DeAndre Swift is available today, but I guess is going to be limited at 6,400. He's basically unplayable. What else do you see in this 6K range? How do you feel about Fournette or Mixon? Or do you have another guy that is in this range that just immediately stands out to you?
I actually like this range quite a bit. Outside of, we talked about some of the really solid options overall with Etienne, Ramondre. So I think to sum that up, they're just awesome plays. Play them in cash, most likely. But there's also a lot of pivots too. So Fournette is 6,600. He's playing the Rams. So the matchup, I think, is more neutral than anything else. It's not like they're playing the Jaguars or anything today. But the offensive line has struggled for Fournette a little bit this year. He's ceding some past game work to Rashad, but I don't know how much that's going to be today. I think more or less Fournette is still occupying that feature back role for Tampa Bay, which comes with a lot of pass catching upside when Brady. So I think he's still solid. I'm going to play Fournette as a GPP option. But if you pay down, you mentioned a couple names I want to highlight. Kenneth Walker. Yeah. We saw Travis Homer return, which takes away some of the pass catching upside from Walker, but the volume was still good for him. He just didn't have a great run out last week. So now coming in a little bit cheaper, I do think he's going to be a little under-owned, 15%, 16%. He's somewhere in between there in our projections for ownership. That was surprising to me. I thought more of that would go to Etienne and Ramondre. So I'll still play him at that ownership. But what do you think about Raheem Mostert coming in at single digits? I know they made some trades at the running back position, but still, he's most likely to be the only back that's really acclimated to the offense right now for Miami. And at this point in the season, with Miami being so explosive, I just want pieces of that offense altogether.
My only issue for Mostert is that I think he looks good. I think he's slightly under-owned at that spot. You obviously get him as a pretty natural pivot to the Stevenson and Etienne area, but I actually have David Montgomery projected slightly better and slightly more under-owned than Mostert. So I'm funneling more to Montgomery at 3% than I am to Mostert, but I think both of those guys look pretty similar. I've got I have like a plus minus metric based on ownership and projection. And it puts Montgomery like 2 points ahead of Mostert. So I can't get to Mostert yet, but he is the next guy in line to sort of soak up some additional exposure from guys that I think are over-owned in this area.
That makes sense. Montgomery, I think, is just like he's going to be risky. Not only they're playing Miami, I mean, they're going to trail in most games they play, but how much does Khalil Herbert continue to factor into that backfield? He's a little more fragile, I think, than Mostert, which is saying a lot because I thought that was going to be a fragile situation heading into the year.
And just for getting this out to the ether, I hope Kenneth Walker has a good day because he is starting for my wife today in fantasy. So whether I have him or not, I have to cheer for him either way. It's not fun when I have to cheer for whatever she's got going on in her league, but it's the opposite of what I need because, well, one of them is for like real money and the other is for pride amongst her friends.
Hey, man, sometimes it's all about just the bragging rights, whatever it is.
It's very true. Teddy Wayman had the super chat. He said, thoughts on Jackson as a value option versus the Patriots? I assume you mean Deion Jackson. Pulling about 10% ownership as the main pay down option at running back. There isn't really anything else getting any ownership. I mean, really, the only person in double digits today, the lowest double digit guy, if we're not saying Deion Jackson rounds up to 10, is Dante Foreman at 6K. There's no ownership at the bottom. So do you have a feel for Deion Jackson? I mean, this is someone that we have projected for 12.5 fantasy points. That's like 4 clear of anyone even remotely close to him in salary.
Yeah, with him, we're still guessing. Excuse me. We're still guessing a little bit because, they bring in Zach Moss. Jonathan Taylor's out. It's the only reason we're considering him. What does the role look like in this new situation? He previously played in a similar spot earlier this year and played well. So I think, he's earned the right to potentially be in consideration here as a feature back for Indianapolis. It's just like, what efficiency does that come with? What kind of opportunity costs are we dealing with? Like, would you rather play him at 5,200 or pay out for a Kenneth Walker, a Ramondre, and Etienne? Personally, at this ownership, I would rather pay up and sacrifice Deion Jackson and just play a more secure player. It's not like he's entirely unowned. 10%. I mean, people are going to play him as a salary saver. So I think he's a bit overowned, honestly, in my opinion, but I guess I could be swayed either way. I don't really think he's a very talented player. I mean, he came out of Duke. He wasn't even the feature back there. So I don't think we're dealing with any spectacular talent by any means.
I do agree that he is slightly overowned. I am getting a little bit of him just basically matching the field at that 10% just because there are no other options that compare to him from a projection standpoint. I don't really have too much else to say there
for
Deion Jackson.
On FanDuel.
Okay, there you go. It's a good take.
He's a little bit cheaper comparatively over there.
What do we do with the rest of the running backs? We've got basically everything sub 6K now. We touched on Deion Jackson. The guy that I'm getting the most is Devin Singletary, and he is pulling 7.5% ownership. But I've got bits of Jamal Williams. I've got bits of James Conner. I've got a little bit of Michael Carter. I am a bit under on my guy, Antonio Gibson. But do you see anything in this like 5K range? Because there's no one getting any ownership. There's not a single double-digit exposed guy in the 5K range or below on DK. Highest owned guy is Gibson at 8.7% ownership. What do we do in the fives?
Yeah, this range is pretty awful. The guy I think is most interesting is Cordarrelle Patterson, coming off injured reserve. He was previously playing a bell cow workload. We know he can catch passes. He's in an offense, which, I mean, they're not exciting, but they just run the ball so much. So, like, regardless if Atlanta is in positive game script or trailing, they have one of the highest run rates in the NFL. They do not care about game scripts. So Patterson's role and volume should be pretty consistent. The knock is the injury. So it's like, how much do you think he can handle in his first game back? And Atlanta has nothing to play for, so I don't see. He's an old player. I don't know why they wouldn't just like run him out there. So Patterson, I think, is the most interesting down here.
I feel like he's been in the league for 20 years. How long has he actually?
He basically has, dude, but he's never actually handled any sort of significant volume.
He's only 31. It just feels like he's so much older than that.
He might as well be 65 in terms of NFL years.
I'm trying to look at it now. So 2013 was his first year with Minnesota. It just feels so much further, but like longer ago in my head. What a weird career.
Yeah, Minnesota, their GM at the time should be put in jail.
77 targets, 45 catches his rookie year.
Yeah, it worked.
And I assume, and 2 kick return TDs.
They have 4 wins.
The 2013 Minnesota Vikings had 5 wins.
Oh, so close.
5 wins. Wow. What a year. Do you know who the offensive rookie of the year was that year?
2013?
Yep.
Oh, man.
It was not Cordarrelle Patterson.
I don't know who it was. I just want to say Josh Gordon, and I know it wasn't him.
He was the receiving leader. Eddie Lacy, offensive rookie of the year that year. That's who he had to beat out. Fat Eddie Lacy.
He's a Green Bay hero. I love Eddie Lacy.
Oh, my God, dude. That guy ate his way clean out of the league.
He's a pure hero of the NFL. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
He was the AP Rookie of the Year and lasted 4 more seasons in the NFL, and then he was gone.
Yeah,
nuts. Crazy. To be the Rookie of the Year, and then it's just like, by the way, you're gone in 3 years. Done. Goodbye, Fat Eddie Lacy.
I hope he returns to the XFL. It would be sick to play him on slates again.
Yeah, I mean, he might be playing a difference. He might be a lineman at that point.
That's true. I don't know what he looks like now.
I would imagine he didn't get himself into peak physical condition after football went away.
Yeah.
Just guessing.
It's a good assumption.
We did get an ownership update 3 minutes ago, just in case that matters to you. I'm going to paste that into my sheet and check and see if anything changes here. Always good to have the most up-to-date info, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't sound like a moron.
Not that it changed all that much, but you always want to take a peek, make sure. I'm always afraid to refresh something because then I just feel like I'm going to break my sheet.
Ramondre's coming in a little more now. You seeing that 33%?
He is climbing.
Ramondre?
He is climbing.
Does that change anything for you?
I have a little bit less than I did before. Same for Etienne now. I'm getting to more of Fournette and more of Joe Mixon, a little bit more of Austin Eckler. I am a little bit lighter on Deion Jackson, who's now up to 13%. I got a little bit more Mostert, so that's improving, but I am still getting to David Montgomery. But 2 most exposed guys that I have right now are Joe Mixon and Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, I entirely understand that. It makes sense.
I don't love it. Not going to lie.
Fournette at 8%, though, I mean, that's a really enticing number.
It really is. I mean, I just think that based on what's around him, you've got Aaron Jones at 7,400, 20% owned. Josh Jacobs at 7,300, 20% owned. Joe Mixon at 6,500, We'll just say basically 20% owned. And then Fournette is the meat in that giant sandwich at 8. He's projected the worst for sure, but I think there's a path there given the 8% ownership.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like Fournette at his ownership.
Is there anything else you want to touch on with regards to running backs for today?
I don't think so. It's pretty gross at the bottom. Once you get behind some of the guys we mentioned, I think maybe there's some milli maker viability with like a Michael Carter. Some of these, like James Robinson, is not playing today. So he, outside of Cordell Patterson, is probably the most intriguing guy down here. But I think, honestly, there's a lot of opportunity cost playing these guys that are 5K and below.
Yeah. I can't say I disagree. I don't have a lot of that range other than Jackson. So I am with you there. Schedule for the rest of the day. We've got the NFL Deeper Dive coming up at 10 a.m. That's the show that we lead into. That's where we provide them with all of the likes on the video. 2,000 people here right now, 290 likes. 350 should just happen right now. We've got 1,000 more people than we did before. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't done it yet. NFL Live Before Lock then will kick off sometime in the 11:30 to 11:45 window whenever the Deeper Dive crew finishes up. Again, that's Loughy. That's Ben. That's the boss man, Alex Baker, taking you game by game through the entire slate. They give it off to NFL Live Before Lock. We've got NBA Live Before Lock tonight at 5 p.m. And then we're not done there. NFL Showdown Live Before Lock for tonight at 7 p.m. for a game that definitely exists. That game would be the Titans and the Chiefs. Well, I should have known the Chiefs were playing in a primetime game. That's obvious. So Titans-Chiefs tonight. Live Before Lock will start at 7 p.m. Do I have anything else that I want to touch on right now? Don't think so. We can keep it moving. Head on over to the wide receiver section where this looks so difficult. I hope you've got some takes ready because this is some ultra flat exposure. Just reading from top to bottom, just in ownership, highest to lowest. I won't even go to lowest, but like highest to 10th less high. 19, 18, 17, 15, 14, 14, 13, 13, 12, 10, 10, 10. There's no extremes here. This is just a very casual decline from the top to the bottom. Amon-Ra St. Brown is your chalkiest receiver at 19%, 6,600. I don't think that's all that interesting. I mean, I don't mean he's not interesting, but at 19% at 6,600, like that seems about right to me. I don't think it's all that crazy. What do you, when you look at ownership right now, do you see obvious cash plays for you? Because I don't have anything that immediately stands out. I think so many of these guys look similar.
Yeah, I agree with you. For receiver, I think Amon-Ra is probably the first guy in your cash lineup.
Yeah.
Just the volume for him on Detroit's offense, I guess, and defense. They can't stop anybody, so they're constantly in shootouts. And his price is falling. I believe he was 6,900 or 6,800 last time they played. So the price is still very attractive on Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's the number one receiver that should be in your cash lineup.
I'm going to run an unencumbered crunch quickly just to see what pops up with our projections because
you get a lot of them.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Because I feel just based on that ownership that like nobody immediately stands out. I'm guessing Hopkins is going to be close, but you know you could just as easily make that Tyreek Hill. We just don't have a ton of very obvious value today. So getting to the top at wideout or really anywhere seems kind of difficult. All right, if I turn off all rules, all randomness, everything, and I run just a 50 lineup crunch, Amon-Ra St. Brown is showing up in basically everything, and then we start rolling the dice. Is it, you know, I get T. Higgins, I get Chris Godwin, I get a friend of this program, Jacoby Myers, DJ Moore. Let's just go to the top now because I don't think ownership is our separation point any longer other than talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown. So let's talk about the most expensive wideouts. There's 5 guys in the 8Ks. I mentioned them before. Kupp, Jefferson, Hill, Diggs, and Adams. I'm going to throw DeAndre Hopkins into this range as well. He is 7,900. He's also pulling 18% ownership. When you look at this top end, what stands out most to you? Do you have a guy that you like more than the others?
I think there's 2 guys that stand out to me. One, Justin Jefferson. Awesome player. Awesome matchup. Washington's defense is atrocious. He's 300 less than Kupp, who's playing injured. So I think that's a natural pivot there. He's also 100 more than Tyreek Hill, who I fully agree with the tools here and expect him to be the most owned player of this 8K plus range. If you include DeAndre Hopkins in that, he's slightly less owned than DeAndre according to projections, but I think there's a chance he comes in higher than that. And then the second player I want to talk about is Devontae Adams. He just fresh off a week where everybody that played him got burned, playing Jacksonville, which certainly doesn't scare you. At 8,100, his ownership was the most enticing to me as a sub 10% play. It's close. He's nearly 10%, but volume is there for Devontae Adams. There's really no holes you can poke. He's just coming off an atrocious game.
I'm having trouble getting to most of this range, other than I am finding the money to go all the way to the top for Cooper Kupp. I am 2xing Kupp right now at the 12% ownership that he has, but I'm still getting to like 10% Hill, 10% Diggs, 10% Adams. The only guy that I'm not getting to is the 19% owned DeAndre Hopkins. I just think it's easier to grab someone that isn't pulling as much ownership. Not that he doesn't look good, not that he doesn't project well, because he does. But I'm finding his ownership to be the easiest to get away from. Kupp, I'm finding to be the guy that I'm most likely to get to if I'm paying up. That doesn't make me feel great generally. That said, 42 point total is not the best in that game. It's still Cooper Kupp. He's going to get every single target he could possibly want here. So I'm happy to go up to Kupp. I'm honestly surprised I'm not getting Jefferson because I see him as the same sort of like under-owned guy. I have them exactly similar. It's a testament to the game stacks that I'm running, but I'm finding myself getting not really into this top range, getting a lot more into the 7Ks with one particular guy and the 6Ks with one particular guy. Is there a guy in that pay up range that you don't want to get to? My guess is no. I mean, they're all like
not really. It'd be, what are we going to poke holes in Stephon Diggs or something like that? It's very hard to do that. You brought up a great point, though. It's more just a factor of the entire slate. We don't have standout, like cheap min price value. So paying for Cooper Kupp comes with consequences. You can do it, but your lineup is just going to project a little less overall because of that.
Or it's going to look really good because you've got a lot of Terrence Marshall, which is what I have going on right now. We'll get there. Josh dressed like Ronald McDonald today. I guess.
Just don't read those.
I guess. I mean, I get where we're going here, but I think we could have just went with Ronald McDonald. I don't know why Ronald McDonald had to be on meth.
Yeah.
7K range now. We're kicking Hopkins out of it. $7,400 Jalen Waddle, $7,300 T. Higgins, $7,200 Mike Evans. I actually think this entire range is going under-owned, but I think T. Higgins is the guy doing that the most. I'm getting a ton of Higgins today. I don't think that's all that surprising, and Cincinnati is my most exposed team in the aggregate. Give me all the Mixon. Give me all the Higgins. Give me all the Boyd. Give me a Hayden Hurst. I like Cincinnati more than I like anything today, but what do you like of that Waddle, Higgins, Evans trio?
It's hard not to like Cincinnati. I think they might be the most under-owned team. Yeah. So if you're using stacks, I mean, obviously you should do that in tournaments. This is something you want to be getting to some degree. Burrow, we'll talk about him in a bit, but we're talking about his attachments right now. So Higgins makes a ton of sense at 7,300. 10% ownership, not quite enough. Volume is going to be there for T. Higgins. I mean, maybe there's a chance less people play him too. Cincinnati's offense was inept last week, so a lot of people were burned by Higgins. I think he was maybe, if not the most popular captain in Showdown, the second most popular because that slate was so weird. So a lot of people got burned by him recently. I'm going to go right back. Waddle is super interesting to me at 4%. I don't see any reason for Tyreek Hill to be nearly 17 and Waddle to be 4. I think Tyreek is the 1A in that situation, yes, but the target share is so condensed between the two of them. They're going to alternate big games throughout the season. So Waddle, I mean, like, this is egregiously low ownership on him.
Agreed. I'm more than 2x the field on Waddle right now. I like this range a lot. They're just so much easier to get to the 7s than it is to get to the high 8s, given the lack of value.
Yes.
Oh, man. I never get T. Higgins right, or I never get Bengals receivers right. I think that I'm cornering the market on them today, but they're gonna throw touchdown passes to like Samaje Perine or something just because he's the one guy I don't have, or like tackle eligible touchdowns, Burrow keepers. I'm not going to get it there. I can already see it. Like, I'm smashing Higgins. Spoiler, I'm smashing Boyd as well here. 10% for Higgins, 6% owned for Boyd. I got 30% of both of these guys. That's what I want to get to today, is the Cincinnati side of this one. But let's work our way down into the sixes. Bigger range. Amon-Ra St. Brown, we already talked about, is pulling the ownership in this one. But Chris Godwin, 15% owned at 6,200. Tyler Lockett, 14% owned at 6,100. DK Metcalf is getting 10% ownership. In the 6K range, who stands out most to you?
Yeah, you mentioned a couple names that really stand out to me. I do want to play a lot of this Tampa Bay game, and we kind of glossed over Mike Evans. I think he's fine. I would rather pay down from Chris Godwin at 6,200, though. You mentioned this at the beginning of the receiver position. Nobody's really drawing a ton of ownership. So, like, seeing Godwin at 15%, Lockett's at about 14 in this range, nothing is really that prohibitive, in my opinion. It's not like you're gaining a ton of leverage one way or another in this range. It's not like you're eating really heavy chalk one way or another either. So to some degree, if you're willing to get semi-different elsewhere, you could just play Godwin and not really worry about it that much. I'm going to end up in this range a lot. So kind of to rank these guys from an ownership perspective for tournaments, I like Godwin a ton still, even at the 15%. Good game environment against LA. He should be playing mostly in the slot here, avoiding some of the coverage that people might be weary of. I'm still going to play Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe not to the same degree, because I have a feeling that 19% could climb throughout the morning. Yeah. We know it's pretty flat right now, but you just ran optimals. I ran optimals. I've ran optimals across the industry. He's in almost every single one. So we might be a little low on Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's the only guy I'm really like trying to specifically be careful with today among this range.
Yeah, Boyd is my guy. Surprised to see just 6% ownership. I think that game environment is perfect.
Yeah, that's wild.
The other guy that I'm getting to most here, though, is Chris Godwin, which feels good. Makes me sort of wish I had a bit more Mike Evans. I am over the field at that 7,200 mark. I am getting to Tampa. They are my second most exposed team, whether that's Fournette, Evans, Godwin, Cade Otton, who we'll get to at the tight end spot. Yeah, that's always fun. Let's just go all the way down now, or let's open it up to everything, because we have two guys that are getting double-digit exposure below 6K. So I think we can treat everybody else now the same. DJ Moore is at 13%. Josh Palmer is at 15%. The rest of this range is all relatively low. If you've got any specific DJ Moore or Palmer thoughts, go ahead. But I'm guessing you've got a few guys that stand out to you as the sort of pay down-ish options for today's slate.
Yeah, to keep it pretty simple on the two chalky guys here, DJ Moore makes sense. He's this owned because he's an alpha receiver on a bad team. So to some degree, like, you have to play these guys because the targets are going to be there regardless. With Palmer, I mean, everybody is hurt in that offense. Everybody. No Keenan Allen. No Mike Williams. He, outside of Everett, has the most targets on the team. So he's sitting at 40. But I still have questions with him. You know, like, would it be all that surprising to see a different Chargers receiver pop up today? Like, are we really that confident that Josh Palmer is going to step up into this role? Could it be Eckler? Could it be a tight end? I personally think it could be any of those type of players. He's a guy I want to be a little bit below the field on. His price also isn't really that attractive either. We're talking about like a 5K range for him. It's not, he's not a min price receiver. You have to make decisions with him.
So I'm getting to more DeAndre Carter. We have them separated by 2.5 fantasy points. Carter is $800 cheaper, but DeAndre Carter projected for 4% ownership, Palmer at 15. I'm just taking my shot at what I think is going to be the number 2 wide receiver for the Chargers today. I'm already getting to Eckler. I'm getting to Gerald Everett, but I think that you can take some of that Palmer exposure and go to Carter or Michael Bandy and offset it just a little bit. But Carter is a guy that's standing out for me as one of the potential value options. Again, because the Chargers are my third most exposed team. That is a team that I'm stacking up quite a bit. And Carter is a benefit of that at that low ownership number.
Yeah, I think you said it well there. I love Carter for the same reasons.
I don't want to say the word love here, but Terrace Marshall is a guy that's showing up in quite a few of my lineups at this particular moment. I don't love that I don't think that that's going to be surprising to anyone, but if you've heard me talk so far, I've got a lot of Bengals, which means I at least need some pieces of the Carolina side. I'm getting to a neutral amount of DJ Moore. But Terrace Marshall, 3,900, projected for 9 fantasy points, projected for 1% ownership. He is coming back in some of my Cincinnati stacks. Is there anything there for you for this Panthers team, who I think stink?
They do stink, but at the end of the day, sometimes we've got volume on these teams we need to talk about. And Marshall projects to be the wide receiver 2 for an offense that's going to be constantly trailing this year. I mean, he had a really interesting profile coming out of school, went to LSU, played behind Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. He was the wide receiver 3 there. And he's still young. I mean, he's in his second year. What have we really seen from him? Well, not much, but at least that gives you the upside for him to potentially work into a larger role at some point in his career. So with volume there, I don't hate that. Like, as a direct pivot off the chalkier Zay Jones and Khalif Raymond, I think this is an excellent play, ownership adjusted.
I just hate seeing, I hate getting any garbage at the bottom as much as I'm getting him right now for the reasons that it's happening. But if I'm going to get so much Bengals, I got to get something from that game. Who else are we paying down for here? There's not a lot of ownership coming into anybody. Zay Jones is at 9%. He's 4,100. The 3K range only has guys in the threes. Do you have any egregious 4K or 3K guys that are your cup of tea? I mean, you probably recognize so many of these names as guys that were good in college that now ultimately don't have that same career.
Yep, that's a great way to sum up this entire range. I mean, I don't want to play a lot of Zay Jones and Khalif Raymond at their ownership specifically.
Yeah.
They're coming in. I mean, they're both terrible players. So it's what am I going to eat? The Zay Jones chalk? All Zay Jones does is catch screen passes and fall down. If one of those happens in the end zone, it's great, but that happens few and far between. So I'll rather play different receivers than Zay Jones and Khalif Raymond. Terrace Marshall being one of them. An interesting situation all year, which is almost impossible to get right, is the Green Bay roulette. So you've got players like Sammy Watkins down here, who I played a little bit, and I'm probably just condemning myself as a DFS player for admitting I played Sammy Watkins this year, but
I have 5% right now.
I mean, yeah, we're talking Green Bay receiver roulette. They're all bad. They're playing Detroit. I want to play some of these guys.
No, I think that's reasonable. It's not going to be fun. They all feel like random dudes that are just showing up to hang out with Aaron Rodgers, but I do have 5% of Sammy Watkins. That is basically the most. I have 5% of Zacchaeus, 5% of Watkins, and 7% of Kendrick Bourne. That's everything that I have below Terrace Marshall.
Which I think that's fine. Again, this range comes with opportunity cost. If you play one of them, you can't play Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Godwin. And no, they're not the same price, but I would rather tailor a lineup around a better player than, do a stars and scrubs and be forced into playing, way over the weight on Khalif Raymond or something.
Jeremy Heisen threw up in his mouth at the mention of Watkins, which I get.
Yeah, he should. Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks.
You should try throwing up in a trash can outside of Wrigley Field. It's a
that
better place to do it.
Funniest tweet I've ever seen.
Oh, man, that was a good day. It was a good day. Sometimes you just got to clear out the pipes.
Yeah. Then you rally.
Exactly. Are we missing anything at wide receiver at this point? Is there anybody that we haven't talked about that stands out? I'm trying to sort by my ownership right now, but I think that I've said basically everybody that I'm getting north of, 10% of, which is not exactly a big list.
Maybe we haven't given Buffalo their credit. And we're going to talk about Josh Allen, but obviously when you talk about Josh Allen, you need to mention his pass catchers. So Diggs is kind of priced at a point where, I would rather just play Jefferson, Devontae Adams, some of the less owned guys than Diggs. It's not like he's coming in with any specifically high ownership or anything like that. But once you get cheaper than him, you've got Isaiah McKenzie at 4,900. I think that's semi-intriguing. Garrett Wilson's at 4,800. So you can stack this game with relatively cheap plays too. So, I mean, those players stand out specifically, Garrett Wilson and Isaiah McKenzie.
Mikey B with the super chat said, is 4 Bengals too much? Assuming Joe Burrow is one of those 4 Bengals, no. If you've got a 4-man Bengals stack that doesn't have Joe Burrow, I would say, yeah, that's probably not the way you want to do it. But if it's Burrow plus, I don't know, Boyd, Higgins, and if you want to go Boyd, Higgins, Hurst, sure. Or, Mixon, Hurst, one of the wideouts, I think all of that's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's the team that I have the most, and I definitely have a lot of 4-man combinations. I've got 35% Burrow, 30% Mixon, 30% Higgins, 30% Boyd, 30+% Hurst. I'm getting to that exact build right now. So it would be really bad of me to be like, nah, don't do that.
I'm going to do the same, man.
Yeah. We're up to 2,600 people in here, 419 likes, which means when I say this now, we're going to go over 500 pretty easily too. It'll just zip on by. So thank you guys for hitting that thumbs up right now. So I could watch that number just immediately turn it. It went from 419 to 420. I appreciate you guys for doing it one at a time there for me. Let's get away from the wide receivers now, and let's talk a little bit about our sponsor. That is No House Advantage. There is a link in the description to this video. If you click that link, head on over to No House Advantage. You can make a deposit and get up to a $50 match bonus. They've got, you should just do that. Free $50, super simple. They've got the NFL Sunday kickoff going today. $15 to get in, $15K to first place. But there are still 2,000 empty entries. It's only 22% full. You've got a decent chance at some overlay or at the very least some reduced rake. A little bit different of a mechanism here at No House Advantage. You don't really need, it's not like you're getting an optimizer and making your lineups like Fantasy Cruncher. Sorry, Fantasy Cruncher. You're just not necessary for No House Advantage, at least not yet. But what you're going to do is pick player props and put them on a confidence interval. So your favorite will be at 10 points, the 9, 8, 7. You work your way down the list. Now, if you want to make your life a little bit easier, I can help you there because we have some fun stuff with regards to No House Advantage, like free No House Advantage player props that are just set up for you. You can know what we say is going to be the over-under just right out of the gate, costs you nothing. So you go to our website, you go to stokastic.com, you browse to our free No House Advantage projections, and you can just look at whatever we have as the best ones and move from there. Like Tyler Algier rushing yards under 49.5, or TJ Hawkinson receiving yards under 45.5. Those are the two that we say are the best possible bets that you can make for right now. Or you can make your life even easier than that. You can browse directly to lineups that are already generated for you. So we take all of our optimal percentages, we generate optimal lineups for you. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, make your deposit and play this contest, we've already got the lineups generated for you. It will cost you absolutely nothing, totally free. So please click the link in the description, head on over to No House Advantage and sign up. Alrighty, you want to talk tight ends?
Let's do it. My favorite position.
It sort of is my favorite position, just not for fantasy.
If
that makes any sense.
I can understand that, yeah.
It sucks this week. If you thought it was bad last week when we didn't have a lot to talk about, it's worse now because we legitimately don't have a pay-up option. The most expensive tight end today, which makes me feel like I took a time machine back a couple years, is Zach Ertz at 5,100. Not really pulling much ownership. We've got Kyle Pitts, Robert Tonyan, Tyler Higbee, and Evan Ingram, all basically like 12% owned. Very little wiggle room between those guys. This is as flat as it gets. When you see tight end like this, do you see anybody that you're like, oh, wow, that person is underrepresented? Or are you just like, man, this is going to be a totally random set of exposures for me today?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to the quarterback position. So, like, in my stacks, if I can knock out part of my stack with the tight end position, it's something I'm going to try to do, break some ties with that. Hayden Hurst is a guy I have a lot of. I think you and I both are going to be overexposed to Burrow and Burrow stacks, and Hurst makes a lot of sense at his price. And his ownership, frankly, 7.1%. What is he, the 5th or 6th the most owned tight end on the slate today? We'll take that for sure.
I don't totally get it. Like, he's the 4th highest projected guy, but he's at 11. Higbee's basically at 11. Kyle Pitts is basically at 11. Gerald Everett gets to 12. Why is he only at 7%? Like it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. So I think Hayden Hurst is the guy that I want to get to most. I think he's the most under owned tight end that you can get to. And that's sort of what's driving me. I have Hayden Hurst as an under owned tight end. He's soaking up a lot of my ownership. I have Gerald Everett under owned. I've got 2x the field of Jared Everett. I have Cade Otton quite a bit under owned. He's 4% owned. I'm getting many multiples of that for. I'm just taking these low owned guys that I think are like that are we're showing as like 4% owned and getting 8 to 10. And I'm not really getting to the guys that are already 10% owned.
Yeah, the guys I'm getting to that like 10% ownership are specifically in stacks.
Yeah.
So
are you willing to go all the way to the bottom?
What's that?
Are you willing to go all the way to the bottom? Do you have any like Brock
stone
Wright?
Minimum?
Yeah.
Oh,
I got a Brock Wright share.
That's the guy I was gonna say. How good does that feel?
Not great. I mean, he's projected for 5 fantasy points. He's dangerously close to that area where if you try to run a crunch, he's not in the threshold.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He had one big game last year, I think.
I couldn't correct you at all with that sort of question. I don't know who he is.
He scored a touchdown last year on a slate where people played him.
He has 2 career receiving touchdowns.
I know he was on a slate one time last year. He was semi-popular at one point. I remember playing. Maybe he was like a short slate, like a Thanksgiving or something, because Detroit's always on there.
That's on October 23rd. Nope, that's this year. Where's last year? I was like,
he had a productive
2 weeks ago. He had 4 catches. His best game last year was 2 for 51 and a touchdown.
That's probably the day.
That was January 9th, week 18 against the Packers.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I remember that touchdown specifically.
You're gonna need that touchdown and more.
Well, he's gonna probably on the field most of the snaps. No TJ Hawkinson for this Detroit team. The defense is terrible, so they're constantly in shootouts.
Do you have any interest in Hawkinson today?
No, he's terrible. I was famously buried on the slate where he had his. I mean, look at his receiving yards this year. What does he have? And then like 50% of them came in one game.
Yeah, TJ Hawkinson he has had an interesting year.
Interesting as in he's had one good game in his entire career, and it came the week I just faded the shit out of him. He's an atrocious player.
Here are his catches in the non-big weeks. 4, 3, 3, 1, 4, 3. Or you could have played him during week 4 where he had 8 for 180 and 2 touchdowns.
God, I hate TJ Hawkinson.
Oh my God. That's hilarious. Truly hilarious.
Well, anyway, getting to pricing, I think that's the most important takeaway here. Yeah. 5K is just a laughable price for him right now.
Yep.
Like he's on a new team. How many snaps does he even play? So aside from my player takes thinking he's an atrocious player, how many snaps is he even going to play with Minnesota today?
I don't know. He looks terrible in our projections and pretty difficult to want to get to at 5K. So not somebody that's showing up for me.
Yeah, same. Minnesota's GM should be put in prison for trading for him.
Jeff Irvin wants to know if anybody has severe trust issues with Evan Ingram. He is someone that I am not really getting to since the public already is.
I mean, I'm going to play some Trevor Lawrence today. So he's in those stacks specifically, but as far as playing him as a one-off, I think he's a little expensive for the ownership here. Like a 3,300 for 12%, I would rather just find my way to Hurst. We haven't talked about Dawson Knox yet. Again, I think maybe these Bills pass catchers are going a little underrepresented. I like Knox a lot at that price. He's just, you can play a sub 5% owned Dawson Knox as an attachment to Josh Allen. Yeah, I'll take that really anytime. So when it comes to Ingram, I would just rather play other guys around him unless I'm specifically stacking that offense.
Is there anything else that we can say about tight end now?
Cade Otton, I kind of like him.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. I mean, Cade Otton right now is my second most exposed tight end.
Let's go.
You are speaking my language.
I'll take that for sure. Otherwise, I mean, like, people are always looking for the punts. Brock Wright's probably that guy. I don't really see anybody you're confident in outside of him. down there.
No, I don't have more than 3% of anybody below K. Dotton.
Sounds like a good strategy.
Yeah, sign me up for some K. Dotton, though. Not that I'm like excited about it, but he is in 17% of my lineups, and it's not like I think any individual tight end is clearly the top option, other than Hayden Hurst just being involved in all things Bengals.
Yeah, let's go Hayden Hurst. Big day for Hayden.
All right, let's go to the quarterback spot. Before we get to the quarterbacks, we got about a little over 10 minutes for Matt and I before we turn this one over to the deeper dive. You guys have been fantastic. We're almost up to 3,000 people, 560 likes. I feel like we can get to 700, at which point Loughy might have to get replaced as the deeper dive host. Just putting that out there. But we'll see how that ends up going. Maybe we'll move Loughy and Ben out of there. Me, Matt, and the boss man, Alex Baker, can take over that deeper dive. Just show everybody how it's done. So at quarterback, I think I know what you and I are doing, and that's going to be quite a sizable amount of one Joe Burrow. But for the public, 12% Josh Allen at 8,500. Our chalkiest quarterback play is the most expensive quarterback play, and it's not close. Is Josh Allen just the obvious cash game quarterback?
I don't think so.
I mean, I also think that it should be Burrow, but I don't know. I don't know what we do for salary. I'm surprised Josh Allen's pulling as much ownership as he is. So talk to me about Allen.
I think you can play Allen in cash. He's probably the guy you play, but there's at least a conversation to be had because his cost is prohibitive. And like you're saving 2K going down to Burrow. I think Burrow's the other guy you consider in this spot. With Allen, you play him because the floor is awesome. They're playing the Jets. I mean, he probably has like a 25.4, which is egregiously high for quarterback. So you're playing him for that security, but you're also making concessions in your lineup. If you go down and you play Burrow, you're just getting one additional player. It probably means you don't have to play Khalif Raymond or Zay Jones in your cash lineup. So that's really the decision I'm making. It's like, okay, do I play Burrow in like a legit receiver or do I play Josh Allen in some scrub at receiver?
Yeah, I'm really not getting to a ton of Josh Allen. Like clearly any amount of Josh Allen you get, you're like, oh, that works. He's Josh Allen. He's really good. But I'm less in the field right now. I'm only neutral on Diggs. I don't really have any Gabe Davis or the rest of the pass catchers, a small amount of Dawson Knox. I don't even think we said Dawson Knox's name when we talked about tight ends. I don't want to say that I find Josh Allen unappealing because that would just be stupid and like obviously incorrect, but I don't think he stands out. I don't think anybody stands out other than Burrow, honestly.
Yeah, you and I both love Burrow. It's hopefully that does well for us today. I mean
he's good. He has no problem throwing the ball to everyone and anyone. They're touchdown favorites against a shitty Panthers team. Like, what's not to like?
They're still relatively cheap without Chase. Like I thought Higgins would be more expensive. I thought Boyd would be more expensive. And I also think like paying down for Burrow today, how many elite quarterbacks are we really fading? You're fading Allen. Mahomes isn't on the slate. Hurts isn't on the slate. So we need one of them we don't even need them to fail. We just need them not to live up to salary expectations.
Right. But yeah, that's where it gets interesting. That's just, I mean, we have him with the third highest projection on the slate. He's the fifth most exposed, or he's the fifth most expensive quarterback, and he's only 6% owned. He's not like separating from the pack there. We have him ahead of Herbert. We have him ahead of Tua. Both of those guys are more expensive than him. We only have him a half point behind Kyler, but you're saving $800. Like, to me, Burrow is just the no-brainer option today.
Same. One thing I will say is I was surprised Tua is coming in so low. He's had a monster year.
Yeah.
And I at least thought, like public perception on Tua would drive his ownership a little higher. But I mean, at 3.5%, I'll play some Tua, even though I didn't think I was going to.
I have 7%. So like I'm, doubling up the field at this point. Similar guys that I'm doubling up the field with. Him, Tom Brady, Marcus Mariota. Feel like one of those names doesn't match the rest of them.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
Pour one out for Tom, man. Must be rough. Is he going to get back out? Like, let's just do this. Do you think he's just going to go out and start slinging it around now that he's single?
I've really been trying not to talk about like the divorce thing. Like, what is he, the first guy to get divorced in his life? Everybody's making a huge deal about Tom Brady getting divorced. It's like, this happens to people.
Oh yeah. I don't care about the story in
Yeah,
general, but he
you're not the one.
himself as a
Yeah,
46-year-old guy who has very clearly become like a different person.
yeah.
Like
I
him
think
getting
that
back out and dating seems so weird.
the 46-year-old part of it, I think, is more noteworthy than anything else.
It's got to be tough when your most recent experience has been a decade-long plus relationship with like one of the hottest models in the history of the world.
That is true.
Oh man. Um, Let me hit on these super chats quickly. Luis said top 3 FanDuel running backs for a GPP. So if I pull up our
Ooh.
boom bust tool right now, I would say it's hard to not say the top 3 guys in our optimal percentage, which is Ramondre Stevenson, Aaron Jones, and Deion Jackson at the 5K number. If you want to say that the ownership for Stevenson is a bit too high and the negative leverage scares you, I think you could say Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler, Deion Jackson.
I think those guys are fine. I like ETN a little bit more on
Okay.
FanDuel. I think this is mainly just like a product of ownership over there. He's not quite as owned as like the DraftKings number, and it's because of the names you mentioned. Like there's very clear quote unquote best plays on this slate. Like if you're running optimals, you're just going to get Ramondre, Deion Jackson, the players you mentioned. So I think the pivots are easy over there. I like Etienne a little more on FanDuel than I do on DraftKings with the ownership he has.
Okay. And then Big Money New Jersey with the super chat, nice super chat too, said, worked with Matt's college picks yesterday, big money day. And Josh, I live for the rise and grind. Sounds like we've got a fan of both of us, man. Good crossover for us.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words.
Absolutely. Any other quarterbacks that you want to touch on? Are you going all the way to the bottom? You going to Sam or Mac, Zach Wilson day, PJ Walker somehow being more expensive than the 3 names that I just gave you?
Yeah, I think today it's more viable to go down here again because what are we fading? Just Josh Allen among the elite quarterbacks. No Mahomes, no Jalen Hurts. So if I'm going to play like a 5K, 6K quarterback, today is the day more than any others. Yeah. What do you think about Justin Fields here? So he's been running a lot more. They're using him on specific designed attempts. It's been a real boon to his fantasy production. No, he's not a voluminous passer by any degree, but Miami's on the other side. Miami's going to score. I'm semi-interested in Fields. I'd love to hear your thoughts on him. And then Trevor Lawrence playing Vegas. That game has potential shootout written all over it. Neither secondary is particularly scary, but that's certainly the weakness of Vegas's defense. Lawrence has pretty good volume. It's just the efficiency's been a question, but maybe that increases today with the matchup he has. Those are 2 guys I'm interested in, kind of really bottom of the barrel pricing.
I'm not getting to the Jags, so I'm not getting to Lawrence, but I am over the field on Justin Fields. I do have him as an under-owned play. I'm getting a little bit of Darnell Mooney. The problem really lies in if Chase Claypool were something you felt a little bit better about today, like if he were just going to project for a normal workload, then you would have another pass catcher or you would have a pass catcher that you could sort of bring along with Fields. Obviously, you're hoping for some of the running game with Fields, but I have 5%. I don't think it's crazy. I'm getting to more Mariota than I am Fields. He's the guy at the bottom that is causing me problems. I think it's mostly just because of an options thing. Like Kyle Pitts just looks a lot better. I think Drake London just looks kind of good. And I don't really have those same sort of options for Fields. So I think that's why I'm getting to Mariota over Fields. But either one of those 2 guys, like we have Mariota projected for 18.9. We have Fields at 18.3. Those are basically the same guys, same ownership. I have no qualms going to Fields. The bottom of quarterback is ultra gross.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to feel good about putting Heineke, Trevor Lawrence, Mariota into your lineups. With Mariota specifically, he's always projecting fairly well, but his range of outcomes is wide. This team runs the ball almost at the highest rate in the NFL. It's ridiculous, even when they're down in games. But on the other side, you have the Chargers, explosive offense. At some point, they need to throw, even if they're down in games. So Mariota does make some sense here. He runs a little bit. It's just, he's a terrifying play, which I think you can say about most of these guys down here. I've been trying to play Zach Wilson a lot, and he's going to be in a little bit of my lineups today. Buffalo's on the other side. He's objectively just a bad quarterback, but volume's there, 5,100. Potential shootout if they can do their part. Like Buffalo's going to score. Can New York do their part? He's a natural stack. He has a natural stacking partner with Garrett Wilson, who I like. He's cheap and I think relatively unowned. So, I mean, I don't feel any better saying Zach Wilson's name than Mariota. So, I mean, This is a really gross range.
Now it's really bad at the bottom. And now we have saved the best for last. 3,100 people here, 640 likes. We are going to hit that 700 mark as long as you guys hit it one last time. Defense, everybody. Defense talk time. The Buccaneers look like they are going to be the cash option for today. Oddly enough, I'm also getting the Bengals D, so I'm really cornering the market on Cincinnati today. Anything here for you other than saying you're probably playing the Bucs in cash? Do you care at all about your defensive pick?
No, generally not. You're right about Bucs and cash. That's my cash defense. For tournaments, I'm not Xing them out, just not trying to play any, like egregious percentage over the field. They're going to be the most owned defense. I think the second most owned is Carolina. We're talking about Cincinnati a lot. So seeing like double-digit Carolina defense was a bit eye-opening to me. I would rather play other defenses that are really cheap than that specifically. Yeah. So it's not too many takes for me on individual defenses. As usual, I'm trying to spread it out, not eat like egregious ownership one way or another on anyone.
Yeah, mine is super flat. Other than having a little bit of the Bengals, it's just like 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. It's just a scatter shot of everything. Today is a week where you look at the ownership for defense and think, oh, this very clearly doesn't need to be a part of anybody's fantasy scoring. Like this is going to make someone's going to become a millionaire for picking one of these 20 defenses out of a hat.
Yeah. And a lot of people are going to be pissed.
Yeah. Yeah. The only team that I didn't get a share of, the Detroit Lions.
I'm not surprised at all.
I'm also not mad about it either. Normally we would talk about top stacks, but I think that you and I have really hit on that throughout this entire show. I think it's pretty clear that we are looking to be heavy on the Cincinnati Bengals. Who are some of the other stacks that you think you're going to have a lot of today before we get out of here?
It's terrifying not having a lot of Josh Allen, honestly, but to be completely honest, I don't have a ton of that stack. When I do, it's with guys like Dawson Knox, who is, like just a cheaper attachment to him. So that's one I want to highlight. And then, I have some pretty gross stacks today. I will be playing some Trevor Lawrence. So obviously anytime you can do that, doesn't feel great, but it's going to be a lot of Burrow. Burrow's going to be my most owned stack today. I feel like that's the same with you based on everything you've said.
Cincinnati, unequivocally, my number one stack for today, including just tons of Joe Burrow. Tampa, actually probably close to second here for me, whether that's Brady, Fournette, Evans, Godwin, Cade Otton, obviously. And then the Chargers with Eckler, with Josh Palmer and DeAndre Carter, with Gerald Everett. They are the three teams that I am most exposed to right now. And that's a pretty clear separation before you get to everybody else.
Yeah, I think all that makes sense. I love playing Herbert. I was a little less enticed today, but honestly, his stacks look solid because they're so cheap.
It's a fun slate. It really is. I think you can really make a case to go any direction because of the way ownership is set up. Other than the chalk at running back, you're wide open for quarterbacks and pass catchers.
Yeah, I agree.
700 likes are on the board. 3,200 people in attendance. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everything. It's been a good one. Don't go anywhere. NFL Deeper Dive coming up next. You get Loughy, you get Ben, you get Alex Baker. You know him as Awesemo himself. For Matt, I'm Josh. We're out of here. Peace.
Greg Ehrenberg from OddsShopper here to break down a Sunday night football matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Tennessee Titans. I'm looking forward to this one whenever I get a chance to watch Patrick Mahomes in primetime. It's nice, especially when we've had a run of not so great primetime NFL games. Patrick Mahomes, that's one that I'll be tuning in for. Do me a favor while you guys are watching, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, leave a comment below to let me know whatever it is that you guys are betting on for the football game tonight, whether it's the Chiefs, the Titans, or a player prop really like. Let me know about that below in the comment section. Also, I should add that at the time I am recording this, it is Saturday morning. Ryan Tannehill is listed as questionable to play. I don't know what his status is. That's obviously going to have a pretty massive impact on the game, at least as of now. I'm breaking down this game under the assumption that Ryan Tannehill will not be playing. So just so you guys understand where it is that I'm coming from with some of my analysis here, I just wanted to put that out here that I'm recording this in advance. Don't know the status of Ryan Tannehill, at least as of this point in time. And then something else also, there aren't that many props up on the board. Basically, the entire Tennessee passing game is off the board. So no QB props, no wide receiver, tight end props or any of that. No receiving props for Derrick Henry or anything. So the only player props I have to work with here are on the Derrick Henry side. Just want to give you guys that kind of transparency while we're getting into this. But let's start breaking down the game. The best bets for Sunday Night Football between the Chiefs and the Titans coming up right now. To start us off here, I'm siding with the Chiefs minus 12.5 against the Tennessee Titans. And it's just going to be hard for me to imagine the Titans are going to have all that much success scoring against the Kansas City Chiefs. Even though the Chiefs don't have a great offense, what we saw last week from the Tennessee Titans passing game in the absence of Ryan Tannehill, it wasn't really great. So it wasn't just that they didn't really attempt to pass the ball very often, which I guess they didn't need to because Derrick Henry was just going absolutely crazy in that game. But even when they did, it's not like Malik Willis was all that successful in his limited pass attempts. He actually had a QBR of 3.6 in that game, which is extremely low. And it was just such an easy matchup for him. I have to be concerned about whether he is ready or not to play as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Because overall, he only had 55 passing yards, didn't have a touchdown, did throw an interception in that spot. And once again, that wasn't a really easy matchup against the Houston Texans. And now this matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs, even though the Chiefs defense isn't good, it's a better defense than the Texans have. And I do get worried that if we see Willis starting a quarterback, that we're going to see the Chiefs just be able to sell out for the run to stop Derrick Henry, make Willis throw the football, which at least based on what we saw last week, I don't know that he's ready to do that. And then as far as the Chiefs go, if they're able to keep teams off the board, they're going to be scoring themselves. As of right now, the Kansas City Chiefs, number one overall in the NFL in offensive DVOA. Patrick Mahomes is having a great season, and they've really managed to recover from the loss of Tyreek Hill in the offseason. Kelsey's been great, and then the wide receiving duties, Juju stepped up. I think that Kadarius Toney's a good upgrade to the offense. So I'm picking the Chiefs here. I know the spread is wide. I still like it, though. Chiefs minus 12.5. Today's show is sponsored by DK Sportsbook, and they've got a great offer right now. If you sign up for the first time and you place a $5 bet on any money line for any sport, it pays out $200 as long as that team wins. And that's a really good way to take advantage of tonight's NFL game. The Chiefs are big favorites, minus 12.5. And I think that they're going to end up winning the game outright pretty safely. So the way this deal works, you click on the link in the description box below, and then you place a $5 bet on the money line for the Chiefs. And as long as they win outright, this bet is going to pay out $200 when the game ends. So I think this is a really safe bet. You're getting great odds. You're getting the Chiefs instead of being big favorites. You're actually getting them at 20-1, $5 into 200. So take advantage of the offer. Sign up at DK Sportsbook by clicking on the link below if you haven't done it yet. For my first prop of the day, I'm looking at under 90.5 rushing yards for Derrick Henry tonight. And when we're talking about Derrick Henry, he's played really well, especially as of late. Had that massive game against the Texans last week. And the Chiefs, while they don't have a great defense, they have been considerably better against the run than against the pass. In the pass, they're bottom 10 in the NFL in terms of defending passing, but in terms of rush defense DVOA, 17. So right around league average. And like I was talking about before, if Willis is going to start a quarterback for the Titans, I think this is a spot where the Chiefs could really sell out to stop the run, make Willis throw the football, and I just don't think that's going to go well for Tennessee. So right now in our projections, we have it going slightly towards the under. 85.5 is the rushing projection for Derrick Henry. But I also just do think this line is really inflated based on all the rushing yards that Henry was able to amass last week against the Houston Texans. This is a much more difficult matchup, though. Houston is overall 32nd in the league in DVOA against the run, so dead last and by a pretty wide margin. The Chiefs right around league average. I think they're going to be able to hone in on the run with Ryan Tannehill banged up. So for my next prop bet here, under 90.5 rushing yards for Derrick Henry.
I don't think Ben would do it.
What? Yeah, that would require leaving the house. Oh, wow.
I like this, Jordan. I like this.
Wow.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 9. Woo, season's moving quickly, ain't it? Presented by No House Advantage. I'm Dave Lockman at Loughy_D on the Twitters. We got a 10-game slate, slightly abbreviated slate, 6 teams on a bye this week. We're going to get down and dirty with each of these games. Don't get any ideas, Jordan. I know that conversation's got your head in the gutter. Jordan Klein producing the show as always. And I'm joined by Ben Rasa at JazzRaz DFS. What's good, brother? Week 9.
Week 9. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get into it. It was a crazy day of college football. The Breeders' Cup for the horse fans out there was yesterday, so there was a lot going on. Of course, the World Series ended, but it was a solid day yesterday in some regards, and now I'm excited to turn the page to a little NFL action today.
Leave it to Philadelphia teams to lose 2 championships in the same day.
It's never happened, apparently.
Does it shock you at all that we managed? You know, it's the first full I've never watched an MLS game. I watched that entire game. It's like 130, something preposterous, and amazing game. They had no business losing that. But, you know, in typical Philly fashion, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. People were trying to rile me up in chat about the Phillies. I've been saying to you, I didn't think they were going to win this series. They got there. They made a run. It was fun. What are you going to do? Houston's just a better overall team. But, hey, we're also joined by Alex Baker, or Awesemo himself, I should say, at Awesemo DFS. What's happening, man?
What's up, guys? Yeah, it's I don't know if you can tell any difference today, but like that extra hour of sleep, man, that is a beautiful thing. Yeah, feeling great. It's like usually it's like I stay up till like 1 a.m. and then get up at 6 for grinding NFL, but 8 hours on NFL Sunday, like this is it's a good day.
It's a great day. I forgot. I never really considered the fact that, Ben and I have the advantage that we're on the East Coast, so we're getting that extra hour kind of anyway. I forgot that, like, my daughter doesn't know that she can sleep in for daylight saving, so she was just up at 6:20 again. Fortunately, my wife got up and let me hit the snooze button a little bit, so I feel pretty good too. What about you, Ben? You're a morning. You don't even drink coffee.
Yeah, I like it when we go the other way. This is just stupid.
No, it's not, because you know what I hate? I hate waking up and it's still dark out. It's depressing.
Yeah, that part sucks. I'm going to be asleep by the 4 o'clock kickoffs now. That extra hour is going to kill me on the other end.
Well, happy to have you guys here as always. Hey, Josh Engleman did something right. Got a ton of likes already. So we're hitting 1,500 likes. I would say easily. Is that reasonable? We're almost at 800. No, I'm serious. We need 700 likes by 11:40. That's entirely doable. Am I wrong?
Doable for sure. It's gonna be a challenge. We'll see what chat can do today. We believe that chat can get us there.
We have over 3,100 people watching right now. We will hit 1,000 within the next 5 minutes because I trust you guys. I believe in you guys, and I know it can happen. No, but in all seriousness, it helps us a ton. Hit that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Let's rip this over 1,000. Get off to a good start. Like Alex said, we're all feeling good. We got that little bit extra rest. Some of you nursing a hangover, but hey, that extra hour makes a huge difference. I mean, Alex knows that extra hour when you're not feeling too hot in the morning and all you need to do is chug a bottle of water and eat some aspirin. That extra hour does big things. So 1,000 likes. That's all I ask. Let's get into it. We got, what's that?
Nothing. Yeah, I said maybe you're right. We're getting closer than I thought we would this quickly. So we'll see if we keep going.
Oh yeah, we'll make quick work. See, the thing that you don't have that I do, I have faith in the people.
Yeah, I don't have faith in anything.
No, you don't.
Terry McLaurin, that's about it. But we'll get there and do.
Oh yeah, big Terry day.
Of course, always.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I also have another one that you guys were shocked that I talked about before the show. Will probably sink my day, but that's all right. We'll talk about all of it. Yeah, 970 likes almost. But this is a good time to start. I'm not going to pull the Josh thing like, hey, we won't start until we get to 1,000. We'll have faith. We'll have faith. It's not misguided faith. Misguided faith is anyone who trusts a Philadelphia team, green check mark, to get a win. And you damn well know that's not me. I'm a realist through and through. All right, let's do it. I did do one thing for the run sheet today, boys. Just putting the highest total games up top felt like one of those weeks. Last week we didn't have to because all of the good games were on the 1 p.m. slate. That's the case this week in the event, mostly in the event that in the case that there's only 2 4 p.m. games. But it seems to make a little more sense this way. So we'll start it off with the Chargers and the 1K likes already. See, Ben, keep the faith. Okay. Keep the faith. Let's start it off with the Chargers and the Atlanta Falcons. Alex, this is a weird game because just a lot of moving parts that we've had throughout the week. No Keenan Allen. The guy got worse over the bye week, which is remarkable in and of itself. No Mike Williams. DeAndre Carter's questionable with a sickness. I assume that he's going to play. And then even like a Donald Parham is on the IR. So Gerald Everett's going to open things up. And on the other side, Cordero Patterson was activated from the IR, and he's going to play on a team that loves to run the football. So let's start with the Chargers. How do we attack a team that's down their number 1 and 2 wide receiver options, facing a Falcons secondary that is legitimately running practice squad guys out there for the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like the Chargers value pieces today because Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are out, and that means a lot of targets are gonna have to go elsewhere. And fortunately, we've seen a decent amount of Joshua Palmer and DeAndre Carter this year so far. So we feel pretty confident that these are the guys that are really going to be blocks for a high workload. And then there's other guys too that are benefiting, like Gerald Everett, maybe getting a few more targets. And then Michael Bandy. I don't know anything about him except the fact that he might be an intriguing DFS play today. But and then Austin Eckler probably is going to get targeted even more, which is approaching the highest receiving yards projection for a running back I've ever seen. So this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I kind of love this game, Ben. I kind of love this Chargers team. And it's not, I'm not telling you anything that most people don't already know. But usually when you get a team like this that is down their 1s and their 2s and they're facing a competent secondary, we definitely think twice about it. But it is just really interesting that you get such a good matchup with a quality quarterback, but you're not paying that massive premium on stacking them, of course, outside of Eckler.
No doubt about it. And I think the important thing is just sometimes we get a situation where some guys go down on a team and it's not really what they want to do. And it's like, okay, we have cheap value at a position, but do they want to run the ball? Do they want the Chargers? They throw the ball all over. That's what they do. They play really fast. They're second in the league in pace in terms of seconds per play. They're facing an Atlanta team that you alluded to. They've got really nobody left in the secondary at times. So these guys are going to be forced into action. It's just a weird team in the sense that Eckler can do so much in the backfield in terms of the passing attack. So you've got guys stepping up and you're going to have values from tight end to wide receiver. And then you've got Austin Eckler, who's just going to contribute basically in every area today for a Chargers team with an extremely high total and maybe the best game of the day.
All right. So then how do you prioritize the pass? We know that Austin Eckler is a great play. Alex alluded to it. You mentioned it. I've talked about it. We understand that. I mean, you can target Austin Eckler a ton as well. Granted, a lot of times you've seen that in games that they're playing from behind, like last game before the bye against Seattle, 12 targets. Denver was a back and forth, odd, low scoring affair, but 16 targets for Austin Eckler. We get that. What I really want to know is how you guys, and I'm assuming everybody watching this show wants to know, how do we prioritize the Palmers, the Carters, the Gerald Everetts like that? That's what really makes this an interesting spot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously some of it is price specific. Like if I land in one of these ranges and I have a Charger, I'm going to feel pretty comfortable for it. I think that Joshua Palmer probably is the guy I feel most confident. It was a concussion. I don't think there would be limitations or anything. he should be immediately thrown into a big time target for the red zone, and just 4 targets on the outside is a reasonable price. I'm not, soured on any of the other guys, but when I look at the non-Eckler options for this Chargers team, for me, Joshua Palmer would be the first guy I look to.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I agree. Joshua Palmer is the number one option there. And what I'm seeing here so far this year, he's has a 16.5% target share compared to 11% for Carter. So that just shows when both of them have been in the field. I mean, Palmer's gotten almost 50% more targets per play. So when you take out high target guys like Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, that means that Joshua Palmer could have a pretty significant target share today. So I think that's pretty intriguing. Bandy kind of leads the wide receivers in the target share at 18.5%, but it's only over 54 snaps. So it's a little bit tougher to know what to make of that. He's not going to be out there every play, but he has gotten, it looks like 10 targets and 54 plays. So that's, if he could sustain that pace, that would be significant fantasy production potential today.
VB with the free super chat. Hi, you like that, pal? Says here to see Loughy crumble pronouncing my name. I'll try. Vu boy.
I think it's Vu boy. Yeah.
Vu boy. All right, close enough. Thanks for that free one. Thanks for being a member too, man. You guys can join too if you want. We have the free super chats each month, the sweet custom emojis, the badges. We do some other stuff. We have the survivor pool. We'll be running some stuff back for sure. Ben, you have the most interesting in-show sitting position. Like Eitan does the arm up against the thing. You do your typical sitting position during this. Yes. So you actually maneuver your one arm all the way back when you sit.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think it's from poker. It's a poker habit. This is how I used to sit when I would play poker.
Okay.
And I think it just stuck.
It doesn't seem comfortable.
No, keeps me focused though. I'm not supposed to be comfortable.
Well,
I'm supposed to give out the goods here.
So, yeah.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Contorting yourself in uncomfortable positions. Anthony with the $10 super chat. Good morning, gents. Good morning, Anthony. I love the tools on the site, but love hearing commentary per usual. Pick which two are better, Eckler and Godwin versus Stevenson and Adams. All right, Alex. Eckler and Godwin versus Ramondre Stevenson with Damian Harris, of course, not expected to play, and Devontae Adams coming off a brutal game where he was likely sick still.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think Eckler and Godwin's probably the higher projected one. Stevenson is a great play, but I do feel like Godwin might be better for the price than Adams this week. But I like Adams as a contrarian play just because I feel like Godwin's going to be quite popular, where Adams is coming off some underwhelming performances. So I think both are pretty good. I'd probably lean towards Eckler or Godwin.
David Porter with the free 18-month super. My 50th birthday today. Let's get this money. Happy birthday, man. The big 5-0.
Nice.
Rosa music, Jordan with that Millie Maker music. Yeah, that was a strong beat. And hey, Charles, welcome to Team Stokastic, man. Love to have you. Badge looks nice on you. All right, let's flip to the other side. Oh, we got all these super chats coming in. We'll get to you, Jordan. Just pay attention to these. I want to keep the flow of this show moving. Atlanta. All right, Ben, I said I was talking to you guys pre-show that I wouldn't be shocked if Cordarrelle Patterson actually gets a lot of work in this game. He was posting the workout videos, seemed good. He's been saying that he's pretty good. They activated him. He's going to play. They love to run the football. And sure, I mean, if we want to look at this team and say, yeah, fine. I mean, Tyler Algier has been, admirable in Cordarrelle Patterson's stead. That's fine. If you want to say Caleb Huntley, whatever, but they haven't been particularly good. Like, Patterson is clearly the best back on this team, and I don't even think it's remotely close. The biggest question is, how much work do you think he gets? Because I guarantee you, if Patterson, if you were projecting him to get the lion's share of carries in a game against the Chargers team that is dead last in yards per attempt allowed and has been trounced on the ground, you're going to have a lot of it. But if you're worried that he's going to be worked in slowly and very limited, then you're probably not going to have much at all.
It's a situation when I look at this team, I'm not exactly, you kind of summed it up with, it's not about will they be effective. I want to get that out of the way right off the bat. The Chargers are dead last in rushing yards allowed per attempt. They can't stop the run. It's getting worse. In the last game, it was up to 6.3 yards allowed. Over the last 3, it was 6 yards allowed, 5.7 on the year. These are terrible numbers. It's more, is Atlanta incentivized or looking to consolidate what is a really crowded backfield? You mentioned Cordero, Algier, Huntley, Mariota can move. If they all get 8 to 10 carries, it's really difficult to say this is tournament winning upside. If one of them touches the ball 15 to 20 times, you're in business. So you're really just betting on volume, not success. I don't have the answer. Loughy, you talked before the show about you thought that there was a chance they would have brought Cordero back even earlier if they could have because of the IR situation, and that maybe he's up to speed faster. If that's the case, I totally get going to him, but I think there's a lot of risk. We have to read between the lines of how much he'll be involved.
Sure. And Alex, I mean, we do have a lot of other good running back spots, so it's not like there's a dearth of options out there. But I did want to drill down on this a little bit, just because I know we're going to get questions. We're already getting comments in chat about it. If it wasn't a good matchup, we wouldn't even been talking about it. But it's the highest total game on the slate, you know. And Patterson before the injury looked really solid and was the clear number one. So it's tough. I think you just have to make the call here, right, on what you expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think one way to get a little bit of insight, sometimes these Vegas markets know a little bit more than we do as far as injury status and stuff. We found that out yesterday in the MMA card. I don't know if you guys were following that, but yeah, there was like all this late line movement towards this one fighter, and the other guy was like injured right from the start of the fight or something. But like, I'm not saying that like the market's all knowing. They have the over under of rushing yards for Patterson at 40.5, which is, it seems like a conservative number compared to his workload earlier in the season. So I think there is reason to be a little bit worried, but like you see time and time again in the NFL, guys come off of injury, and they're just like 100%, like right from game one. So it's really difficult to predict what happens here.
What do you want to do with the pass catchers then? Pitts, Drake London, Zacchaeus, anybody stand out here for you in a near 50 total point game?
I think Drake London is somewhat intriguing. He's been on a cold streak recently, but he's a great talent. Flashed earlier in the season that you know, he has GPP upsides, so willing to take some shots there. And Kyle Pitts, he's been impressive recently, even despite the limited pass volume. He's certainly a good option. It's like one of those teams where if you stack like all three of them, it definitely can work, but like the number of pass attempts has been the real problem here. So I have some hesitation, but like when it comes to investing a lot of lineups in the stack.
Ben, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, on the passing attack, it's not like I think you know, X these guys out completely, but more often than not, it's just a volume issue. Again, it's always a pace up spot for the Falcons. They play very, very slow, and the Chargers really like to move the tempo. Could be a back and forth game, but we've just, the crazy thing about Atlanta, I keep telling myself, well, yeah, they want to run the ball, but if they fall behind, you know, they'll have to pass. Or not. Like, they fall behind in games all the time. They just keep running it. They don't care.
They fell behind 18 to or 20 plus to Cincinnati, and I think they threw 14 times in the game.
It just doesn't matter. So you're going to have to deal with that in the majority of game scripts. Of course, there can be exceptions. Now, tight end is a wasteland. We don't have the elite, you know, Andrews, Kelsey types on the slate, so it's a little more flat pricing. I'm fine with Kyle Pitts. I'm fine with a dart throw on Drake London, but I'm not prioritizing these guys as someone I want to start with.
Anything else from this game, either side for you guys? Or do you want to keep it going?
No.
All right. I think Patterson, I wouldn't be shocked if Patterson had himself a game today. It would not shock me at all. What's his ownership coming in at right now?
Cordero, we got him pretty low, you know, just a couple percent.
2%. Boy. Yeah. I'll take some shots. Take some shots at old CPAT. See what happens. Don't love the passing game, though. But you're right. If they fall behind, it's certainly possible. But you know what? The same thing can be said for LA. Like, what if what if missing Mike Williams and Keenan Allen is actually a big deal? So might be. Maybe Atlanta can run the ball a lot. We'll see. But yeah, I certainly like collectively the Chargers side a lot more. I'll take some stabs at CPAT just in the event that he does get to come back and get most of the carries. If that's the case, oof, you're gonna have a tough time stopping this fella. All right, Green Bay at Detroit. 1,100 likes. Appreciate you guys. We'll cruise past 1,500 today. Lakers 513. Welcome to Team Stokastic. We got people joining left and right. Sean Stevens, welcome to the team. And then Jorge or Corey, best one-off, McLaurin, Higgins, or St. Brown. I mean, that's our projections. Love Higgins and St. Brown. Ben loves Terry McLaurin.
They're different price points. Like you're
very much so.
So if I had $7,300, I would play Higgins.
Yeah. Alex, we had VB. I really want to go Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams in my lineups. Isn't that negative correlation, or is it an exception for this game?
Well, I think that Aaron Jones can get the receiving work. So it's not like something I'd rule out, because like basically the game script you're playing for, something like last week where the Lions get a few early touchdowns with Jamal Williams. Then Green Bay has to pass a lot, and Aaron Jones, maybe get some touchdowns there. So it's definitely possible. But I don't like running back the players that get a lot of work, like with rushing volume in general, just because like they tend to excel when one team just dominates the play count. So Jamal Williams is kind of a great example of a guy that you might want to be less inclined to run back.
Jorge, for large field tournaments, thanks, Jorge. Who do we prefer on DK, Herbert or Burrow? And we know who wins if we want to give Loughy a bad time pronouncing my name. I think it's bullshit that is this all Loughy can't pronounce my name. I'm just the one that reads the question. I'll have Ben or Alex start reading these super chats and see how it turns out for these guys. But yeah, we know Jorge's the one that was gifting the trains of free memberships, right? Last show?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I met Jorge a few weeks ago. We were doing some user interviews. Super cool guy, super nice.
Oh, nice.
And he was like, "Yeah, Loughy, you can never pronounce my name right."
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It always comes back to me. I don't think it's fair, but thank you, Jorge. One of the biggest supporters of the show and the channel, so we appreciate him for it, even if I can't pronounce your name. All right, let's talk about Green Bay and Detroit. Alex,
Hold on, let's answer the question. Sorry, did we answer?
Oh, that's a good point.
Sorry to jump in there.
That I'll take responsibility for. Herbert or Burrow in large field, right? Was that the question?
Yeah, and I was just going to go to our top stacks, which is where I start for questions like this. And Cincinnati really jumping off the page. They actually grade out the highest rating. Even with Chase down, you've got ample options. You got Boyd, you got Higgins. You can do some weird things with tight end if you want to. I have no problem with Herbert, but if I was picking one, looking at the tools, and I agree, I'm gonna go Joe Burrow.
Okay, I like that. Coming off a week where people are looking at this team going, man, they way too one-dimensional without Jamar Chase. They can't put points up. Carolina looking a little better, amazingly, after just getting rid of everybody. Steve Wilkes, interim coach, but I get it. Okay. Alex, the backfield here, this is the spot where, like, if Green Bay wants to win games, I don't see why, especially in a spot where they're actually favored, why they wouldn't just lean heavily on Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. Like, they have a great two-headed monster in the backfield. Aaron Jones is throwing the Romeo Dobbs, maybe Alan Lazard with a bum shoulder, Sammy Watkins. Like, these are your pass-catching options. They were trying to get Darren Waller at the trade deadline, and this guy is constantly hurt. It feels like if you want things to go well, and maybe they can pass, you can do anything on this Detroit defense, but that you'd run the shit out of the football today in Detroit.
That is definitely a possibility. Like Green Bay, it's not a team that really like has a strong, pass or rush preference. It feels like we have them at 42% rushing, which is about almost the league average. And then one of the stats that I look at is like the rush percentage of opposing teams. So like for instance, like how often have teams rushed versus Detroit? So I'm just looking that up real quick. It's been like almost exactly like what you'd expect. Like teams don't rush or pass more versus Detroit. So it's been pretty neutral as far as matchup. So I think Aaron Jones in particular stands out as a great play just because he is kind of game script proof, involved in both running and receiving, and Green Bay like has a huge point total today because of the matchup. So I definitely play him. AJ Dillon. I took some shots like earlier in the season, and it seems like he's getting kind of phased out in preference of Aaron Jones. So that one, I'm a little bit reluctant to roster him.
I get it. I have some tepid interest in Dillon though, Ben, just because they've been in negative game scripts in a lot of these spots. And, ultimately when you look at Dillon, if you put him in a favorable spot, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this guy could have himself a nice game here. I'm also not shocked that his touches, his carries went, pretty nice, real nice over the first 4 weeks to down pretty considerably over the last 4 weeks. They just hadn't been playing good football and they'd been falling behind. So very interested to know where you're at on a guy like Dillon today, who we saw over the second half of last season absolutely dominate.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'll give the people just a little look behind. I know that's one of your favorite props in the prop world, his rushing yards going over.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily correlated to DFS just in the because he could have 50 yards and we still crush that. I just want to make sure we're clear. Definitely.
That just shows there's always multiple ways to get exposure to some of these players if it doesn't fit into a lineup per se. My first thought on this is that it's like everyone is just, I don't want to say assuming, it's a 3.5 point spread. Like there's no guarantee that Green Bay's playing from ahead today. They could just lose again. It wouldn't be that shocking. At the same time, I definitely think when you look at Detroit, especially at home, these game scripts are really appealing. Their secondary is awful. They're 32nd in passing yards allowed per attempt. So even with the struggles that Green Bay has, even with the weapons on the outside, Aaron Jones, Dobbs, whoever is out there, you have to give these guys pretty strong looks. And I'm doing that today. I'm not getting to the stack right now, not vehemently opposed to it, but I think that I don't really want Rodgers as much as a piece of the skill position players.
Yeah, I agree. I like the backfield. I love Aaron Jones this week. Yeah. I have some interest in Dillon. And like I said, his rushing props at 38.5. If he gets another 10 carries, which you saw in a 10-point loss last week, and he averages 4 yards per attempt against this defense, seems like a pretty good spot to me. But ultimately, I don't know. I don't think they go up, a ton early either. But I also don't think they're getting blown out by a Detroit team that got rid of Hawkinson. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Packers, let's be clear, are a clear run funnel defense as well, which could make this even more interesting if you're leaning on Jamal Williams and then limited snaps from DeAndre Swift.
It's just a game where there's a lot of appealing pieces. There's no doubt. I mean, you've got a near 50-point total. You've got a Detroit team. Again, their defense is a mess, and you've got ample weapons. But I look at this game as more of I want a piece of it rather than a stack. I'm really not in love with either quarterback, and I'm not getting to a ton. So it's not a game I'm writing off by any stretch. Aaron Jones is going to be a big-time play. It's going to be a very popular play today, and he should be. There's no pushback there. And then for the rest of it, I think you can make case-by-case situations. So it's a good game to target and one that I plan to do so.
Wouldn't be shocked to see this game go under by a decent amount if they run the ball as much as I think they will on both sides. Alex, the passing game for Green Bay, though, how do you approach that this week, knowing who our options are?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's 3 guys that all seem reasonable options. You got Allen Lazard, if he plays. I think he's trending positively there. Romeo Dobbs is a little bit cheaper. He's a very reasonable play, although his performance on the field has been a little lackluster. And then Robert Tonyan might be your best option just because, the tight end position is pretty weak today, and he does look like pretty good points per dollar value. So there's some makings of a stack here. If I was going to stack up the Green Bay side, I might go with Aaron Jones plus one receiver, just because Aaron Jones can get it done receiving as well as rushing. So that'd probably be your best bet.
Okay. Alex, the Detroit side, it gets kind of ugly because you're talking about a team that is now without the Josh Reynolds, well, doubtful. DJ Shark is on the IR. TJ Hawkinson's gone. I'm not saying any of these guys are world beaters when they're on the field, but they really are limited. I mean, Stokastic CEO Tom Kennedy is going to be out on the field today. DeAndre Swift is limited. They say they want to keep him fresh. But yeah, I mean, I guess I do get that. What's the point of running him into the ground in another lost season? But is there anybody – we can start with Amon-Ra St. Brown, of course. But if we're to get a little more granular here, is there anybody else that stands out today?
That one's tough because of Swift being quite, kind of limited. So with Swift limited, I guess Jamal Williams is like a fringe play, but like you're still threading the needle a little bit because Jamal Williams like hasn't been getting any passing work. And then there's a possibility that this report is just false and Swift looks good when he gets out there and then he ends up playing more than anticipated. So you never can really fully bank on those things. So I think Amon-Ra St. Brown, he looks, like great with all the other receivers out. He'd probably be the guy to go to. And then if you're feeling really dangerous, you could go to Brock Wright. He's been their tight end that has been playing alongside Hawkinson. And with Hawkinson traded, they got to have someone out there at tight end. And Brock Wright seems like the most likely person to be out there.
What about you, Ben?
That is someone that I didn't know existed. We were talking a little before the show about creative players. Yeah, that's no, we've seen this before. I feel like with the Swift situation, I'm glad Alex said that. Like, they say that he's going to be limited or not. Like if he gets out there and he gets going and the game's close, I know that they don't want to waste him on a lost season, but when you're on the verge of getting fired, I'm sure they're trying to win these games. Like this coaching staff has no choice. So I get that. Obviously St. Brown, he's going to see his double-digit targets as he should. I respect the Packers secondary, but he still should get there. Other than that, it is a slippery slope. And of course, Hawkinson's no longer in town. So you do see some consolidation. They're inside in the dome where they always play better. Detroit's a reasonable team to target today.
This is one of those few situations where I actually believe the coach as far as being limited, because he already loves Jamal Williams to begin with, and Swift, before he came out, wasn't getting a full allotment of opportunities anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe him. I'm just saying I think there's still variance within the situation where there are scenarios where Swift has a lot more touches than they're letting on today.
So okay, so let me ask you then, because we know that Green Bay's run defense is the clear weakness on this defense. It's not the pass defense. And to be fair, Detroit could very much struggle throwing the football to everyone not named Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's going to he's going to see a whole lot of Jair Alexander. Do you want to get to some Swift at low ownership then?
Of course, the ownership's appealing, but the problem is there are so many good plays in the same price range. It's not just a direct pivot off Stevenson. You got 4 or 5 other guys right there that are really solid. And I think Swift is more an irritant to Jamal Williams than actually being a play himself at that price point.
Okay. Alex, anything else on this game, or you want to keep it moving here?
Yeah, I agree with what Ben said about Swift there.
Okay. And keep in mind, we work slower through these games because we put the highest total games at the top, just so you guys are aware of that. Also, if you're looking for the Hall of Fame segment, hasn't gone anywhere. We'll have that in between the deeper dive and live before a lock. Little 2 minutes right there. That 2-minute intermission will get you up there, inducted into the Hall of Fame, show you who won their free months, show you who won huge money over the last week or two. So stick around for that. I know you'll be watching live before lock as well. Toma, approximately how many players are in your pool? Alex, do you know yet what your player pool looks like?
Oh man, I I don't really narrow down the pool like before making lineups, so then it just comes down to like how many plays are there this week. And okay, so we got 20 teams, maybe like 3 or 4 players per team. So
Yeah.
I guess it'd be around 100, but it's spitballing there.
Okay. Yeah, I had 72 in the first crunch that I ran, but that'll change for sure. Ben, you haven't counted your player pool.
No, I haven't. It really depends. I will say this, I get that question all the time, particularly in PGA. My number one thing with that is don't set a general rule. Each week is specific. There are weeks where my player pool is super condensed. Then there's weeks where it's a lot more spray and pray. You have to let the salaries determine it. Each week's kind of a new animal because of the pricing.
Absolutely. Ronald Jones, rise up Falcons, using his free super chat for that. Hey, they could definitely look. They're 3-point dogs. They could definitely win this game. We've seen them stay competitive almost every single week, so wouldn't shock me. Sean Stevens, I don't know if this is okay. St. Brown or ETN in flex, Ben?
ETN.
Okay. Making sure we hit on everything here. Yes, I think we did. All right. Let's talk about Seattle and Arizona. Before we do, though, Jordan, can we get I want to do the no house advantage read now to give people as much time as humanly possible to take advantage of the overlay. Can I get an overlay report on no house advantage? 26% full for a 1 p.m. lock? Yeah. Yeah. Do we get to 50? What's first place in that? Not bad, Ben.
No, 15K. Yeah, that'll work nicely. What's there to say? If half the field isn't even in the tournament, that makes it a lot easier. You've already beat all those people.
If I lock into this one, I might party like ship my money tonight.
Hey, listen, $50 first match deposit bonus when you sign up using the link. We got it in the description. Jordan can throw it in the chat right now. Also, you're not walking in blind to something like this because while it's a different format than DraftKings or FanDuel, all of the research you do throughout the week, all of the shows you watch, the tools you use, it's all applicable for no house advantage. You're just building lineups without a salary. You're using props. There's no juice. It's just the over or under on certain lines. The ones you like the most go at the top of the lineup, they get the most points. The ones you like the least go at the bottom, they get the fewest points. There's probably I'm not trying to say definitively, but we've seen it. They're a news site. They're on the come up, and they're trying to get users over there. And when sites do that, they're essentially giving out free money in the way of overlay here. Just like massive. You don't find this overlay anywhere else anymore. It just doesn't happen. And it might happen on sites that are just really bad. This is a nice site with a lot of cool things too. Like you could play against the house too. If you want to test your skills against the house and not play against the field, you could 20x your entry if you hit all of your picks. Check it out, man. Ton of different sports. Use the link, get up to $50 first match deposit bonus. And Alex, I mention this to you all the time. This is huge. The fact that we have the free NFL lineup generator for No House Advantage and the projections over there that you could just use if you're not, confident in your own decisions.
Definitely. I mean, it's like it takes 5 minutes to enter like however many lamps you want in No House Advantage. So like when you're getting whenever you're $15 in, like on average, you're getting returned like $20 to $30 because of all the overlay. It's like you just want to get as much volume in as you can. That's going to be the best place to put your money today.
Absolutely. Check it out. NoHouseAdvantage.com. Use the link in the description, the one in chat, get your deposit bonus, use the tools. And yes, King Keeley says, are y'all aware Jordan is silent to us when y'all, it's just so uncomfortable saying that word, ask him to respond? Yes, I am. I implemented a producer cam specifically for the purpose of Jordan coming onto the camera, and yet he still refuses to use it. I don't get it, man.
We'll get it going here.
Can they hear you?
They can hear me now. You guys can hear me now. Week 10, we'll get it popping. We'll get it going again.
Okay. I know you're feeling under the weather, but I don't know, Ben. This has been recurring issue for years, I think.
Yeah, there's no excuse there with the sickness. Come on now.
Chances that we get it going in week 10.
It would seem minimal, but you did just say to 4,000 people that you're going to. So
we got almost 4,000 people watching. All right. Let's talk about Seattle and Arizona. Alex, last time these two teams faced each other was wildly underwhelming from a DFS perspective. Of course, anything can change. Divisional opponents, second time they'll face each other. 19-9 last game. It was just Kyler Murray getting blanked, but you get Hopkins back. He makes a huge difference. And then Seattle looked like they might have been without Metcalf for a bit, but he came back and played. He was no worse for wear. Let's start with the Seattle Seahawks. What do you want to do here? 2-point dogs in the desert against the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, this one's tricky because Seattle has been quite good this year, and matchup seems favorable just because Arizona can put up some points, and this one, although the last one was a dud, and this one could go completely the other way. And you got 3 really solid fantasy options with Kenneth Walker, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and then Noah Fant at tight end is a valid option too. So there's a lot of plays on Seattle. I think you could easily stack this one up, and it's a pretty interesting game stack.
How are we feeling about the Seahawks, Ben?
Well, I mean, I'm not a fan of the Seahawks. I like Arizona to win the game, but there's no doubting the way their offense is constructed.
Wait, give us your hot take from Friday's Odd Shopper show on our Odd Shopper channel. I want the masses to hear this one.
Well, you can get these type of hot takes over on the Odd Shopper YouTube anytime you want, and it is a hot take, but I said this and I stand by it. The Seattle Seahawks are going to finish last in the NFC West. They will be at the basement of that division when it's all said and done. And it starts today.
Can I get a record?
Can you get a record? That's not hot enough. They'll be 7-10.
So they're going to win 2 more games?
Yeah, they're going to go 2-7 to close.
Okay. All right.
Starts today.
Let's hear it, because I know you like the Cardinals laying 2 points as well.
Hold on. That's not a hot take. What? That is an extremely hot take, Chad. I push back against that.
That is. You're saying that they're 5-2. You're saying they're going to win 2 more games.
Yeah. Let's not get crazy now. Having said that, you've got Metcalf, you've got Lockett, you've got Walker. That's how that offense is constructed. You do have Noah Fant, as Alex alluded to, but you've got 2 alpha receivers and a running back that, of course, has stepped up immensely with Penny going down. So where the production's going. And this is still it's the 3rd game we've done, but it easily could have been the first game we did with a half point. It's a 49-point total in line with the first 2 that we talked about. So it's not like they can or won't move the ball. Geno's been fantastic. And it's a good team to target. I don't mind the stack, and I don't mind getting to these, Seahawks players that are going to have to carry the load today.
Favorite option here? Is it Walker or is it the passing game?
So I think running back's pretty deep, with ETN and Stevenson and those guys. I think it's easier to go to the receivers just because it's less of an opportunity cost.
If they win today, move to 6-3, and the Rams lose, right? That would mean the Cardinals lose as well, right?
Yeah, that would be a problem for this hot
I'm just curious how willing or how far you're willing to take this.
I mean, this is not a hot take. The Niners are the best team in that division. I think we see that. But if Seattle wins today, that would be a very big win for them, and that would go a long way into showing myself to be a true disgrace with that hot take. So we'll find out in a couple hours.
Alex, Arizona Cardinals. Can we even go near this backfield today with James Conner expected to return? And do you have any confidence that Conner is going to be the guy in his week 1 return?
I feel confident that he's not going to be the guy, to be honest, but it doesn't mean I would never play him. I think that last year we saw Conner just get a million touchdowns. It hasn't really been the case this year, but if he's going to be the back that's just getting all the goal line work, that has a lot of potential. So I don't mind in a Millie Maker kind of situation getting a little bit of Conner. Then I feel he's a lot cheaper on FanDuel compared to DraftKings relatively. So on FanDuel, I do think Conner he's kind of a sleeper play, but it's you want one of those per lineup or 2.
Ben, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team. The backfield is kind of messy with Connor, but I still think Arizona is an interesting team. They are in a competitive game here. Everything we said with Seattle is somewhat applicable. Obviously, Hopkins and Kyler. Those are really where I'm focused for this team, not as much on the backfield.
I mean, let's be honest. If you want a low-owned running back at 5,800, you just go to Cordero Patterson over.
Of course.
I'm kind of being serious though. I would rather the much better matchup and someone who's actually been effective this year when he's on the ground. If you're going to a guy that's getting no ownership at the same exact price point, but
can I ask you this? I know it's kind of a tough question. Would you rather go Dylan? He's also at that price point. I know there's a lot of risk there.
That's tough.
That's a tough one. I know.
That's real tough. I think that the issue with Dylan and Jones is that Jones we know is really, really good. The reason I talked about Patterson in that way was that if he's actually fully good to go, there's no threat behind him in Tyler Algier or Huntley or anything. That was why I was kind of seeing where you guys stood on that because I don't know the answer. All right. DeAndre Hopkins, Ben, has been a monster in the 2 games since he's returned.
And it'll be 3 games after today. 27 targets in 2 games. It doesn't matter whether they're winning, losing, or somewhere in between. He's going to get the work. He's clearly not washed. I know there were whispers of that. He's fine. Everything is good. The price is rising. The margins are closing. There's no doubt. But I'm going to still continue to buy on Hopkins.
Alex, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, from that first game, he came back, just having insane target share so far. So far he's at 28% target share over 94 snaps. So it's enough of a sample that we got to start taking this pretty seriously. And there's not a lot of other guys on the team that really command a high target share. So it makes a lot of sense. And I think that, he's a great play. The only problem I have with Hopkins is that I just feel like everyone's onto him and he's going to be pretty popular this week. So with all the variants and wide receivers, I don't mind just taking a stand against Hopkins, even though he is a great play.
Darko Novakovic, give my money to Matt Gajeski. Hey, all right, $25 super chat there. You could have given that money to Matt Gajeski on the previous show. Now it all goes to the same place, but appreciate that. Very nice of you to do so. Who hold on a second. Let me see something right here. Okay, so 11:45 live before lock. You got Savoca, Eric Lindquist. Okay, it's just Savoca and Eric Lindquist. I wasn't sure if Gajeski was running 2 shifts today. He's not. But thank you, Darko. Appreciate it. Sam Pierce, Burrow stacked with Boyd and Hurst. That's an interesting question, Ben. Essentially saying, can I play non-Higgins Burrows? The answer is yes, but your thoughts on that?
Yeah, is it the obvious Bengal stack? Absolutely not. Is it different? And if you get that right, the correlation between Burrow and T. Higgins is going to be extremely strong for obvious reasons. So it's against the grain. If that works, though, really different lineup construction. I don't mind that.
And Eric Traub giving us $10 just to say, we demand producer cam now in all caps. Yes, we do. Because everybody should demand it. Get on Jordan's ass about this one, and he'll cave. All right. Any secondary, tertiary options, one might say, passing in the passing game, Alex, Rondell Moore. It doesn't look like Robbie Anderson's probably going to be all that involved again. Zach Ertz, what do you think here outside of Hopkins? And how do you want to stack this game or approach it as a whole?
Yeah, I think Rondell Moore is somewhat interesting. His role this year has been totally different. And he's getting more a higher ADOT, averaging 10 yards per catch, which is below the league average, but a lot higher than last year. So I think there's upside with Rondell Moore. With Robbie Anderson, it's a little bit tough to know where the playing time goes between him and a couple other guys. And then with Ertz, he's just kind of expensive this week, and there's not really any justification for spending up at tight end. So that'd be a stack move only for me.
Ben?
Yeah, same logic. Tight end pricing is so flat this week. I like it just seems like I would want to allocate my salary elsewhere. If I get to a lot of Kyler and you want to mix him in, as that second guy with Hopkins, sure, no problem with that. But it's not where I'm really looking if my lineup is irrelevant of the stack with Ertz.
Okay. And Jordan, can I get an accurate like tally right now? I know it's 1,200, but I want to know the exact number to see our progress in getting to that 1,500 by the end of today's show. So no rush, no rush. Feel free to put yourself on producer cam, or at least turn your mic on when you tell everybody. That would be cool. But yeah, we'll be patiently waiting. While we do, Las Vegas, actually, and just feel free to interrupt me if you got it. You got it? You got it?
Give me 2 seconds.
All right, you got 2 seconds. You got it?
No. Continue the show. When I say 2 seconds, I mean like
Las
2
Vegas.
minutes.
Las Vegas at Jacksonville. Ben, so both of these teams, who knows what to do with them right now? We know that it's a high total. There's a lot of explosive potential in this Vegas team. We've seen outside of last week, they just completely inept, fell apart, 0 points against what had been an underwhelming New Orleans Saints defense. And New Orleans locked them down. Devontae Adams probably still sick. It seemed like he was. I honestly don't know if they got it past the 50-yard line. Point being, though, you still have Jacobs. You still have Adams. You still have Renfro. You still have a team that can drop 30-plus points any given week. What are your thoughts this week? Because I think this is one of the most interesting games that could swing either way.
This is a tricky game. There's no doubt. Again, it's only a 1 point difference in terms of the total. Like, this is amongst the highest totaled games on the slate. The Raiders are a tough team to really decipher. I know you and everyone was as shocked as could be that they were non-competitive offensively. Now, when you look, it's like, oh, Josh Jacobs had a terrible game. They were phased out completely. So I don't really look at much of anything changing for this. And now they draw a Jacksonville team that I'm a little confused about as well. You've got big time players there with Adams and Jacobs. We have to see what's going on with Waller. It seems like they're going to test it and see kind of how that goes. I don't have a lot of interest there. And I'm not sure, honestly, maybe that blurs the lines for like the Renfros of the world and whatnot. I probably will stick just to the big two in terms of Adams and Jacobs, not running to play them, but they're such good players in a competitive game. At any point, they can explode. We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, Alex, you alluded to it earlier in the show about Adams possibly being, like a not super low on, but someone that can still have those monster games and win you tournaments. What are you doing with the Raiders today? Really big game in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Raiders are pretty interesting. Like, going back to Jacobs is appealing. He's been having a fantastic year, and maybe because the Raiders bombed last week, he'll be a little bit less popular than he has been recently. So I think he's a great play. Devontae Adams, a lot cheaper on FanDuel again, but I think a very solid play. Like, his projection for receiving has been going kind of down throughout the year because his target share this year has been 25%, which is great, but a little bit lower than it was in Green Bay. So trying to adjust that. But I think the ownership isn't high either. So it's a situation where definitely worth taking some shots.
Yeah. Do you think there's any viability to having lineups, whether it's Raiders or any other teams? It would be obviously isolated to just a few teams where you'd have running back, wide receiver without a stack or without the quarterback this week. Because last week we saw Garrett Wilson and Ty Conklin win the Millie without Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, that one, I was never coming up with that. I thought the
massive outlier. Yeah.
The easier one to get to last week would have been Foreman and DJ Moore. And we talked about that on this show. And the big thing is the price combined. Like, they were around 10,000 for two legitimate players. If you use two alphas and you're paying like 18,000, it's so hard for them both to hit their ceiling. So I'm okay with that, pending that it makes sense salary wise. I think that's always what you have to evaluate.
Yeah, it's funny because it's rare that you'd get a very concentrated offense between Foreman and Moore, but also very cheap to get both of them. It doesn't usually it's usually when it's concentrated, you're paying 15,000 minimum for them combined.
And that renders it usually unplayable.
Do you like the Jacksonville side on a day where we know Lawrence will sling it a lot, but we can start with ETN. I know that we will, but like Kirk is cheap. Zay Jones is cheap. Marvin Jones Jr. is cheap. Evan Ingram is cheap. Game has a 48-point total. Like I said, I could see it going either way, but some really cheap options in such a high total game on this Jacksonville side. And all the ownership mostly is going to the running back position.
As I think it should be. ETN is the obvious play. Guy is taken over. Most people thought this was just a matter of time, and now we're really seeing it. The price is going up, but it's, I think, going to continue to go up. Other than that, though, you've mentioned legitimate guys in this offense at home that are not super popular and not super pricey. So I'm fine with Christian Kirk or Ingram. Certainly, if you're getting multiple of them in the same lineup, you're going to take a very hard look at Lawrence, probably put him in there. But I am intrigued by Jacksonville as a slight home dog and a 48-point total against a Raiders team that, I'm not overly worried about that. I think the range of outcomes is huge in this game, and the price points give you a lot of margins for some errors and still getting there.
What about you, Alex, on the Jacksonville side?
Yeah, ETN, great play. I mean, it's hard to argue against the recent results, and the price hasn't really gone up. He's a guy that gets worked in both running and receiving at a high workload, so you're not really worried about the Vegas spread in this one. So I think that ETN's a great option. And then Christian Kirk is someone I'm still looking at. He's I don't recall him having any big games recently, but he does have a 20% target share, so that is on the high side. And I don't expect him to be like incredibly popular, so I think that he's a reasonable option.
Crazy. So Brandon Wagner with a super chat, free super chat, been a member for 20 months. It's amazing. There's 24-month badges are coming up for some people pretty soon. Time has flown since we put this in. Said, Ben, please talk me off of Evan Ingram. Yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah, that could be difficult. My biggest point of why you shouldn't play him is I've played him for 3 years straight, and I don't think it's ever helped me. But other than that, everything looks very, very good. He's on the field 100% of the, 93% of snaps. He's getting the target, 6 or more targets in 4 straight games. He's turning them into production. His price point is very low. It's a bad tight end position. I wish I could help you, friend, but I think it makes a lot of sense, as I always do. It's a good Evan Ingram spot.
He does make a lot of sense. Raiders are 31st in pass defense DVOA. They struggled against tight ends, but of course, when you're looking at fantasy points against tight ends, it can be very misleading because Kelsey, I think, had the 4 touchdown game against them, right? So weird shit happens, but they're still not good at defending the pass. So I think Ingram at that price at a weak tight end position always makes sense. Chris asked, and thank you, Chris, $20 super chat. Last night, Dye caught a 8-yard pass at 146 in second quarter. NCAA mistakenly credited the catch to Bynum. Dye over receiving yards was 18.5. What are you doing here, man? He finished with 25, but only credited with 18 because of this error. Oh, so you're saying they actually gave you tell me they actually credited a catch to the wrong guy? That's
I mean, college football is lawless. You see some weird shit there.
Do you know? Are you familiar with that?
No, I wasn't watching the Oregon game, but you see some weird stuff in college. Does it happen often? No, but that sucks if that's the case.
It does. Thank you for the super chat.
That's a bummer.
Sam Pierce, what's your favorite non-chalky stack today, Ben? Because I have a question from another one to Alex that I think will help a lot of people here. Favorite non-chalky stack, Ben?
The Rams.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And then MM3, I'm not even going to try, pal. But thank you for the super chat. Slightly off topic. When you guys set parameters and crunch, do you have a preferred method of sorting the output to isolate the best lineups? We get this question so often, Alex. How would you answer that for people who are wondering the same thing in Fantasy Cruncher?
Yeah, we've done some videos on this one. So if you can find the game plan archive, I'd probably just Google it on Stokastic game plan archive. You can catch those. So what I typically do is I'll sort by projection and delete the bottom 50% projected lineups, just because you're gonna, if you have randomness, you're gonna generate some lineups that aren't up to snuff. And then it depends if you want to take it to Excel or not. Like, if you're willing to take it to Excel, then you can do more with the ownership. But if you're not, then I like to set maybe an ownership cap, and you can do that in the My Data tab. So I'll set that to like 75% of the highest ownership lineup.
Okay.
1,300,
awesome.
1,306 likes.
Thank you, Jordan. We love Jordan here, by the way. So don't get any ideas, Larry. I saw you say I was bullying. I don't bully. Jordan and I, we're friends. 1,300. Okay, so we're crushing 15. So we need what? 194 likes to get to 1,500 in the next 40 minutes? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's go. If you haven't done so, save us the shame and embarrassment of not getting to our desired number, and help support the show if you haven't done so yet. Thank you, guys. All right, I'll get to these other super chats. I know we have them. Let's keep moving for a second here. Anything else for either of you guys on this game, on Jacksonville, Las Vegas? Ways to attack it if you're not going to the chalk. Floor is yours for either of you that wants to go first.
All right. I don't have anything out of the ordinary. I think we know that ETN's going to be the popular player. You've got reasonable big-time targets on both sides. It's a good game. It's one that I'm embracing for sure.
All right.
Yes, Zay Jones, he looks solid. Like, the playing time has been great. The performances last month have been pretty bad, but it's a wide receiver that's getting playing time, and we've seen that. Like, sometimes that results in ridiculous outliers, like Tyler Boyd the other week. So it's like you always gotta get that one random guy that has a huge performance.
Yeah, like the ETN Zay Jones without Lawrence lineup is going to win a tournament today or something. It feels that way, given how cheap all of those pass catchers are. Buffalo and the New York Giants. Ben, Buffalo laying 11, getting closer to where we thought it would be as the week opened, right? 46-point total. It's just an odd game because the Giants were winning on the back of their defense and their run game. They lost Elijah Vera Tucker. They lost Breece Hall. They have a very good defense, top 8 in both run and pass defense DVOA, but they haven't faced a team like the Bills yet. If you're stacking the Bills, do you want a Garrett Wilson run back? Do you want any type of run back? Are you stacking the Bills? Who are your preferred options? Let's just hit this one from all angles.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills, first of all, I did miss betting the Jets. That was stupid. I knew that number was going to come down, and I didn't do anything about it. They're still massive favorites, though. Buffalo is clearly the best team in the league. They're almost impossible to stop. At least it's not in Buffalo. That gives the Jets, and they have a good defense, a fighting chance. But I do think, of course, you can always go to Josh Allen and his playmakers, these guys on the outside, whoever it is, Diggs, Knox, Gabe Davis, and his 2 targets that are 200 yards and 2 touchdowns every week. So I get it. It's not the team that I'm prioritizing today because I do respect the Jets defense, a divisional matchup on the road. But at the same time, it's the Bills. It's hard to push back on anyone at any time saying that they want to target Josh Allen and that electric offense. I will say this. I would look for a run back here because we've seen time and time again, the Bills can just destroy teams to a magnitude where they get there in a quick fashion. But at the same time, the Jets have some weapons that have shown up recently. And I think even if they're getting crushed, the price points allow you to attach that to the Bills stacks.
Agreed. Yeah, I know it's the Jets. Jesus Christ, dude. You talk for 2 straight hours, you're going to make a mistake. You guys know it's the Jets. I know it's.
I didn't even hear what you said. I missed it.
Apparently, I said the Jets, dude. Shaking my head. What?
So what are you doing? Get it right, fella.
I mean, settle down, fellas. It's okay. People get riled up. You say one wrong word. So this guy's a fucking idiot. Doesn't even know who's on the schedule. It's the Jets. I'm listing off all of the players from the Jets. It's the Jets. All right, Alex. What are you doing, Bills, going up against the Giants today in East Rutherford?
I just want to comment on this one super chat. The second part of the one about the parlay, he's saying like it was like the only leg that didn't cash in his parlay. Like, what's the best way to like approach this?
Oh, that's what he was saying.
I think like your best bet is probably just to email support and say, what happened, and just ask them to pay it out like for you individually, as opposed to trying to like get it fixed in the box score. And like a lot of times they're pretty reasonable. So that would be how I'd approach it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I wonder if it's been corrected yet. Like if you have they corrected it in the box score yet? That would make it a whole lot easier.
Yeah, it's tough with stuff like that. I agree with Alex. Your only shot is to just explain what happened and hope that they're willing to kind of not cut you a break, but that's like moving heaven and earth to get the NCAA to like move things is really difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so maybe just attach like a video of the play or something that he wasn't credited, just so it's like obvious, what happened. That'd be my recommendation.
The Jets will have to move heaven and earth to get a competitive game here today, Alex. And with that in mind, where do you want to go with the Bills? They have so many different options. But let me just say one thing. The weird thing with this team, when they go up early and when they smoke teams, I mentioned this on a strategy show earlier this week, it's not with Singletary. It's just a flat-out aerial assault, and you blink and Josh Allen's got 4 touchdown passes, and Singletary finishes the game with 6 carries.
I know, yeah. Buffalo's been wild this year, and Josh Allen is a really hard fade because he's been getting so many goal line touches like at running the ball. So it's like they don't even use Singletary to run the ball in at the goal line. It's been Josh Allen with 6 out of 8 carries within 5 yards of the goal line. So when like he's getting most of the rushing touchdowns and all of the passing touchdowns, obviously, like the consistency and projection of Josh Allen, like it's obviously going to be tied to the Bills team performance, but like there's never been a quarterback I can remember that correlates so heavily with how the team does. And it's a Sarah awesome team. It's like they're projected for 30 points every week. It's like hard to bet against.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could do anything here if you want, Ben. I mean, like, simply put, maybe this game does stay more competitive than we thought. Maybe the Jets secondary holds up. They have been good. Gardner's been fantastic. They've been a good, better defense than most would have anticipated. But boy, what an absolute embarrassment of riches in the passing game for Buffalo. Like, I don't think it's crazy to go to Dawson Knox to Gabe Davis is the one I wanted to ask you about, though, before we move on to the Jets and close this game out. His price is up. He's not a high volume receiver. Like you're looking 5-6 targets usually per game, but then he has those explosion games like he did against Pittsburgh, where if you didn't have him in the first half of the first quarter, you were done.
Yeah, and you're going to get a couple of those a year, and when you don't get that, you're done if you play him. It's just a balance of how it's constructed with him. I tend at these, like what I would call nosebleed price points for him, say if that happens this week, I have to kind of live with it. I know it's going to happen a couple times, but when it doesn't happen, it's irrelevant to the slate, and I've gained some equity on the people that took the shot that week. So I really don't like a guy like that when he has such thin margins with his, like 5 targets a week.
Yeah, I agree. Alex, the New York Jets, James Robinson game time decision. They seem to think he's going to play. Elijah Moore comes back, but was scarcely used. We know that he's disgruntled. Ty Conklin, another big game. Garrett Wilson seems to be the number 1 receiver there. Zach Wilson stinks, though. It's just a matter of like, will they just have to throw so much that you want a run back in this Buffalo from this Buffalo stack based on volume alone?
Yeah, I mean, I think that running him back is not a bad idea with a team that's a big favorite like Buffalo. I don't think it's essential because, like, if Buffalo gets 4 touchdowns, like that's probably going to produce enough fantasy points that guys will get there, and that's like a pretty likely outcome. So but you do benefit if the game is a little bit more competitive. Garrett Wilson is the obvious choice. He's been like a great play all year. Tyler Conklin, like those are the two guys I feel confident about. After that, it's like Elijah Moore, like barely played last week. And then Corey Davis being out, it's a little bit tough to, I guess Mims played a good amount last week, but he's been like barely targeted this year. And it's a little bit tough to have confidence in him. So Garrett Wilson and Conklin. If you're feeling really dangerous, I guess Michael Carter is an option, but like running back is stacked today, and he's not like one of the guys that stands out. So I'll probably pass.
Okay. And hey, appreciate you guys so much for the super chats. Put a pause on them for a bit. Hold them for live before live. I just want to make sure we get through all this information for everybody. I'm going to get to all the super chats that have already been put in there. There's 3 free days of Stokastic Plus Platinum NFL. All of our NFL tools entirely free for 3 days. So you do it today, you're getting today's games, all of them. You're getting the showdown. You're getting the showdown tomorrow. You're getting the main slate. Our player compare tool. You can do the 1v1s, 2v2s, get the projections for that. That's free regardless. You can get the ownership projections. So if you have 1v1 or 2v, there comes a super chat. If you're doing 1v1, listen, I do appreciate it. I just don't want to we're getting bogged down here. I will answer that one though. If you want to do the 1v1 or 2v2 player compare tool under our tools on the homepage, you can do that if you have those type of questions, and you don't have to pay us anything. So again, appreciate it. Hold them up just for a bit so we can catch up here. And of course, live before lock with Savoca and Eric Lindquist coming up next. Ben, what are you doing with the Jets today? And how do you stack this? How are you playing this game in general would be the better question.
I don't have a ton of interest in the game. I'm hoping that the Jets can really muck it up, lean on the defense, have this come in under the total, and I can survive. Not a ton of exposure to a team that's incredibly scary in the Bills. On the Jets side, you know, we saw last week with Wilson and those guys at Conklin. I get it. I'm not really keen on messing around with the Jets here. Again, I think that their best shot is to slow the game. I don't have a ton to say about the backfield. I know Robinson could be out, and that would change some things. Maybe it consolidates to Michael Carter, or maybe not. Maybe they just throw in some other guys to garner some work. So it's not a game that I'm looking to target. I would love this game to come in under the total.
Yeah, absolutely. Yancey said, stop giving us all your money is a weird thing to say, but I get it. Listen, man, more important, we appreciate the support. It really just comes down to wanting to also get a good full show in where we're not shortchanging you guys on information either. So just understand that we're trying to uphold the integrity here. Manny C with a super chat. I'll read this one. Loughy, the man, the myth, the legend. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate your support. Let's rip through a couple of these guys. Sam Pierce, Goff playing in a dome is way different than playing outside. Sure has been, even against that Minnesota team. Making a skinny stack with him and St. Brown. Any thoughts on that, Alex? Sam Pierce asks.
Yeah, I mean, I think Goff is a valid option, and St. Brown, and who is the other player?
He was saying, like, would you be okay with a skinny stack with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my preferred option because I do like teams where you can make stacks with more than one guy, but definitely, I mean, St. Brown, like, he could get 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns. Like, it's very in the realm of possibilities. I might throw Khalif Raymond in to that stack if I was building the lineup, just because, you know, I want to have 2 wide receivers knock that out. And like, you're going to need a big performance from Goff today to win. So I don't know if Amon-Ra will get him there alone.
Skinny stacks are a whole lot better when you have it rushing upside at quarterback. And
that's true. Yeah.
Yep. And we had a question on that. The other super chat, I was just going to take it out right now because it's about skinny stacks from Mason. And it was saying it was skinny stack with Jacksonville with the Jacobs run back. It's the same concept to me. The Jags receivers are so cheap. I probably want more than one if I go to Lawrence, just thinking that more likely if he has a huge game, it's not all going to go to Zay Jones or Kirk or Ingrid. It probably is, or even ETN. You probably want a couple of them. So I'm not opposed to that, but it's not my preferred Jacksonville stack.
And Andrew Miller, thank you. $20 super chat. Alex, hey, do you see ETN similar to Pollard last week as can't fade chalk?
No, like I mean, like the big difference here is Dallas was facing Detroit, and they had a much like rosier team outlook.
Chicago.
Wait, was it Pollard? I thought Pollard's week was versus Chicago. Oh my bad. Okay, so
but still,
regardless, Dallas was like projected for like 27 points, and they'll run away with the game. Today, Jacksonville's like an underdog with 22 points, so it's like the role on the team is somewhat similar, but the team projection is a lot higher in the Pollard instance than it is today with Jacksonville.
All right, and look at that, Jordan Klein gifting some memberships. Nice guy, atoning for his own sins back there in the behind the virtual glass. Sir Dwayne Moody. All right, last one here, then we're caught up, and then we got 5 games. We're doing okay. Quick question: Who are the 4 high volume based running backs? What? I mean, Eckler. That's a tough question because Dalvin Cook's a high volume back. Aaron Jones could be Jacobs is, ETN is, Stevenson with no Damian Harris, Ken Walker is. Like, there's a lot more than 4 on this slate, Ben, of high volume running backs.
Yeah, I mean, there's with injuries and stuff, there's a handful of teams right now that have one guy that is far and away the guy, and then a secondary, and then there's a bunch of course timeshares. So the guys that are going to be very popular, the Stevensons, ETNs of the world, I think are kind of at the top of that list.
All right, let's talk about Miami and Chicago. Alex, Miami just absolutely rolling. Well, not rolling, but the combination of Tua with Waddle and Hill has been flat out dominant. He's just throwing it up to Hill in double coverage and letting him come down with it. What do you want to talk about with the Miami Dolphins today? 4.5 point favorites at 45.5 point total against the Bears.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins are pretty intriguing. I mean, they had a fantastic week last week. The game script really worked in their favor as far as passing because Detroit came out that early lead. Versus Bears, you can't really expect that necessarily to happen again. But Tyreek Hill, like Jalen Waddle, both fantastic options. At running back, they traded away Chase Edmonds and they got Jeff Wilson Jr. So remains to be seen what that means for Mostert, but I don't think it'll have a significant impact this week. So yeah, I think taking some shots on the receivers here is a good idea.
By the way, I forgot to congratulate you on that the 75K win the other day.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I like that. And I heard that the guy that I tied with was also a member, so that was pretty cool.
Beautiful. Oh, nice. All right. Yeah. So 150K between Stokastic members and Awesemo himself. All right. I like it. We got 4,600 people watching right now, Ben. 4,600 people in the house for Sunday week 9 slate.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
What should they do?
Hit the like button.
Yeah. Next time, try not to be as enthusiastic.
Well, I leave that to you. You have them. You are. We know how we balance out. I have no faith. You have too much faith. I let you handle that. I'm just along for the ride.
All right. Well, guess what? We just hit 1,500 likes with 20 minutes to go. That's told you this.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
As always, I am immensely impressed with chat. They continuously clear the hurdles that I think are unclearable. So
yes, they do. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. You're the best. I can now go downstairs, look at my family in the eyes without feeling shame and searching for the closest 3-story window. All right. Let's talk about too far. Let's talk about Miami for either of you guys and Chicago. If we were to group this one together, Alex, do you want, would you skinny stack Darnell Mooney with Justin Fields? They're running a lot more options. They're running a lot more design runs for this Chicago team, and their offense doesn't look as bad. Do you see anything there, like a Fields Mooney with a Hill run back or a Waddle run back or anything? How do you want to play this game?
I kind of feel like I don't want to play it, if anything, but
okay.
Yeah, I think okay, so with the Bears, they just don't pass the ball, and then running back, you got Montgomery and Herbert with an unclear split. Montgomery does get all the routes, so he would be the only guy I'd really target in fantasy. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get to even Mooney just because of the tendency of Chicago to run ridiculous amounts. So I just don't really like the team.
Okay. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I mean they're a tough team. They kind of mirror Atlanta in some regards. Like they kind of do what they do. I will say credit to the Bears coaching staff. We've talked about this on the Odd Chopper channel. They are now realizing that for this to work, they have to design the offense for Justin Fields and allow him to run and design some plays. And that is really helping. If they continue to do that, I do like it. And I think Fields has that upside that few on this slate without Lamar and Hurts have in terms of the rushing upside. It's tough to stack him. It's a skinny stack at best. They're at home in a competitive game. And I do think, he belongs in the conversation just because of what he can do on the ground.
So if you're playing it, let's say you're stacking this game. Let's say you do it. Do you want to go with because the Tua, Hill, Waddle prices all came up, right? That you could do that, or you could do something like Tua and then one of Hill and Waddle. But that means that if you're going with two guys, Gesicki's in there, or like a Trent Sherfield, that didn't work out great for me last week, as you know. All those Tuas had something that didn't work, and then run it back with, say, a Mooney or a Montgomery, or would you skinny stack with a Fields, Mooney, hope that they can come through? We do have Chase Claypool now, and then run that with like a single wide receiver on the other side for Miami, or even like a Mostert.
Mm-hmm. I mean, either can work. Tua has been fantastic, and he is a clearer stack that you can unload on. But I will say, the Bears run backs are off. Like the reason I want to get to the Bears would be Justin Fields himself. And of course you can't run it back with Fields. So it's like, if you get to him, it's so much easier to click in Waddle or Tyreek as the bring back than it is being like, I have this Tua stack. I would almost not bring it back if I go like Tua onslaught and just hope, maybe you could use Mooney, but I don't think that's necessary per se. There's a chance that the Bears, it's pretty ugly. And Tua's just been fantastic with these pass catchers, and the prices are rising. You need a big day out of them to get there.
Do you like Raheem Mostert?
That's a question for you. I'm not qualified to answer that. I don't think it'll have a huge effect, the personnel change behind him. I always think there's an intrigue when people are looking to the pass catchers to target the back on that specific team. So tournament-wise, I guess, but I'll be honest, he's not someone that I'm really getting to right now.
Alex, same question to you, Raheem Mostert. I have to ask because no team has allowed more rushing touchdowns than the Chicago Bears this week. We just saw Tony Pollard carve them up all game long. They have not been good at defending the run. 156 rushing yards per game this season. So what are your thoughts here?
As far as Mostert, I mean, I think he's a play. It's that, Miami is they don't run the ball a ton in general, and they haven't been very good when they do. So it's hard to have a ton of confidence in Mostert. I think there's other guys that have a higher workload that are just better bets, but the only other thing is that I'm worried that Jeff Wilson could sneak in there, and like guys that transfer teams at running back are a lot more likely to mix in running the ball like faster than receiving the ball. So that does put a question mark in Mostert's playing time for me, because it's not like he was part of the Chase Edmonds deal. They actually went out and got him as a second deal. So I just have a difficult time understanding what that means for Mostert.
Yeah, I get it. No Chase Edmonds, but now you have Jeff Wilson. Tough to say. I think it could be a good game though from Raheem Mostert here. So we'll see.
I mean, you're the Mostert whisperer. So
this is true. This is true. Hey, how about this? Anthony Davis with $100 super chat. I will read this one. We love Anthony Davis. He's always supported the show. Nice to see you back, man. Yo, that was that 75K on Thursday Showdown, because that was me. Much love to the team and all that you guys do. Good luck, everyone. It was Thursday, right?
Yeah, and you'll have to see it because there's a $9 entry. That's the dream in DFS, is turning a little bit into those 75K wins. So pretty amazing stuff.
Hell yeah. And then Chris said DraftKings honored the bet. It was $100 free leg. They just credited him $800, even though the NCAA still has it under 18.5 yards. Awesome, man. Love to hear that.
The vibes are like so positive today. Like, this is amazing.
The vibes are positive. We got almost 4,700 people watching. We're having fun here. And then we'll turn it over to Eric and Savoca, and it will no longer be fun. I'm kidding. Those guys are awesome. Make sure to stick around for that. Make sure to stick around for the Hall of Fame segment. If you want to get in there, we'll have an awesome segment next week because we got some big wins that came in throughout the week. But stick around for that in the intermission. And yeah, Eric and Matt always put on a good show. They'll take you up to lock. All right, Ben, talk to me about Minnesota and Washington. I know you like McLaurin. How are we playing the Vikings? 4.5 point now, huh? No, 3 points. Sorry, I read the wrong one. 3-point road favorites, 43.5 total game.
I was gonna say, if it was 4.5, I would actually drop off the show, back up the Brinks truck on Washington. But
yeah, you
I like that.
them a lot.
I do. Not so much at 3. Listen, Minnesota, we see it time and time again. The good thing about them, it's a very condensed offense. We'll see what's going on with Hawkinson. You know, it's a variable that we, of course, have no sample size for, but you've got Jefferson coming off a pretty lackluster game. You've got Thielen, you've got Cook, you've got these guys. And Washington, despite me thinking that they have a pretty good chance today, they're not a team that you're overly worried about in terms of the production on the other side. So I don't think Cousins is going to be like a very popular stack, but I think it's one, you know, we had a question earlier in the show, sneaky stacks. I almost said Minnesota. I think that there's some merit to going there because you've got big options across the board and they are a slight favorite on the road here.
Okay. So do you like Viking stacks a little bit with the McLaurin run back or what? Just to make sure I know where you're at here.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's a game that's, you know, it's not the most obvious stack on the board, but if Minnesota's trailing, they have no problem throwing it. They've got a pure alpha in Jefferson, and you've got a really easy run back in McLaurin.
Okay. Nice and concise. Makes a lot of sense. Alex, how do you want to play Minnesota, Washington?
Well, I think Justin Jefferson obviously is like where we like the guy that's most appealing on Minnesota. They've been quite a bit more pass heavy this year, so we've seen Dalvin Cook's fantasy stock kind of go down, and Jefferson, I don't know if it could go up, but it's still top. So Jefferson's a great option. I saw some people asking about Hawkinson in chat. Like, I don't recommend playing anyone that's new to a team like in the very first week in most cases, just because it's like the playbook that these teams use is extensive. I read a report that he was like staying up and working extra hours to like learn the playbook or something. So
really,
we'll see if that cramming pays off. But yeah, just be Jefferson for me, I think.
Okay. Anthony Davis. Yeah, that's true. There should be an ability to react to and like the comments in chat. That's a good idea. YouTube should definitely implement that. I'd be all about it. But yes, a lot of love from chat coming in for Anthony Davis on that big win. Alex, did you have anything from Washington that you wanted, or is it just Jefferson from Minnesota?
In Washington, Anthony Gibson's like pretty interesting with McKissick out, where you know, Brian Robinson's been getting a lot of the workload at running the ball, but Gibson like has been the one getting in the passing work. So I think with McKissick out, that'll be even to a greater extent. So I could see playing him.
All right. Yeah, I think McLaurin could have himself a game today for sure. I know Ben thinks so.
You better.
But yeah, with McKissick out, that does make Gibson kind of interesting against a pretty rough defense and what should be a competitive game. Ben, Panthers, Cincinnati. Panthers getting 7.5, managed to put points up on the board last week. Crazy throw and catch from PJ Walker to DJ Moore. And then they missed whatever. I won't rehash what ugly situation we saw there with the Panthers in a game they should have won. But besides the point, Chuba Hubbard's out again. DJ Moore is the top target getter on this team. And on the other side, no Jamar Chase. Cincinnati looked terrible on Thursday Night Football. You like a bounce back? How do you want to play it on both sides?
Yeah, I mean, Vegas is saying that they should bounce back. I think they will, but Carolina's still a pertinent DFS team, mostly just because of personnel. Your boy Foreman in the backfield, guy's fantastic. There's no doubt. And then you've got DJ Moore, who's legitimately on the field for almost 100% of snaps, as is Terrence Marshall. Alex mentioned Terrence Marshall last week. And that guy, he got a lot of work. He was getting red zone targets. He could have had a really big game. He's still sub 4K here. So I don't mind going to either of those guys. I'm not going to get crazy with Carolina. I'm not looking to stack them or anything, but you still have 2 or 3 guys that are firmly entrenched in this pretty bad offense and can do some things.
What about you, Alex?
So I'm getting distracted by all this news inactives. We just saw Zach Moss is inactive, so that's kind of a benefit to
Singletary.
Deion Jackson.
Oh yes,
yeah, like all the teams.
Forgot he wasn't on
Buffalo
I know
anymore. You can't keep up with it.
It's wild. All right, so
they grabbed Hines.
Carolina, yeah, I think Terrace Marshall, that's a good value play. Like he's been getting a lot of playing time. And they've actually been more effective at throwing the ball with PJ Walker than anyone anticipated. The markets don't really expect that to continue in any way, but DJ Moore, like obviously he blew the game last week, but also almost won the game. So it's really hard to know what that means, if there's any repercussions there. But Foreman is probably the guy that I would fade because this is like they're big underdogs, and he was so good last week that people may overestimate the potential there.
All right, yeah. Waller officially inactive. Moss, Reynolds. Okay, we other than Moss, we expected all of that to be the case. Alex, do you want to touch on the Bengals here? Anything else for the Bengals?
Bengals, I mean, they're like top of our top stacks this week, and what we've been seeing with them is they've been really passing at a very high rate. So like they have one of the lowest rush percentages this week, and yeah, I think that they're a great option. So Boyd and Higgins stand to benefit with Jamar Chase out and Hayden Hurst as well. So I like all those options.
Okay. Ben, Rams and Tampa Bay Bucks. I gotta tell you, yeah, I think I'm going to the Bucks this week, and it feels gross. It's been ugly. They are 3-point favorites. It is a pretty low total game, but anyone that watches the strategy shows and stuff, anyone that watched the Odd Shopper, because I had that prop on Mike Evans. He's 6 deep balls last week for Evans. Since week 2, he leads the league in targets 20+ yards downfield. Air yards are only as good as being able to catch them, but still, Godwin's affordable. Rams defense, they kind of been bend, don't break in the secondary, but I don't think there's any denying that they're a pass funnel defense. That the Tampa Bay Bucks just decide. The only team that's averaging less rushing yards per game than the Rams this year is the Bucks. So if Brady throws another 45, 50 times, as ugly as it's been, I'm still going to want pieces of that. Evans not really getting ownership. Godwin is a monster yards after the catch guy. Cade Otton's been someone that has a decent amount of involvement. He's still pretty affordable. Russell Gage remains out. Julio Jones probably gets worked in sporadically, but his price is a little expensive. As gross as it is, it still feels like a nice stack for the Tampa Bay Bucks this week.
I mean, I get where I think, it's not hard to say that these teams in some regards mirror each other in terms of the disappointment, in terms of having statue quarterbacks, and in terms of having some appeal as kind of that like against the grain stack, because there's still, a lot of foundational pieces intact from when these were the best teams in the league, legitimately just like a year or 2 ago. Of course, the Rams are the champs. So I get it. Not going to push back on that. And the Rams defense is one. Kind of had to force myself to look at the numbers because I still view them as like, you don't want to throw the ball against them. It's just not true. Just like the Bucks run defense, but the problem is the Rams can't run the ball. I think taking chances with these guys, particularly on the outside, like a Mike Evans or a Godwin, makes total sense. Is it the most likely stack winner? I would say no, but the field isn't going to be there. So when the rare chance one of these guys gets there, and you have to stack because Stafford and Brady are not running the ball, you could be in business in tournaments. So I get what you're saying. It's scary with a 42.5 point total and the concerns, but at the same time, that can make the difference in large field tournaments when you're trying to turn, $20 into $1 million.
I think the tough part though is running it back, because if you're going, Brady, Evans, Godwin, you might have to do some Brady, Godwin's, Otton, or Godwin Otten to get it back with Cooper Kupp, or you're running it back with a Higbee or an Allen Robinson, and that's never fun. That's the one weird part about this stack.
Yeah, salary wise, it's not the Cooper Kupp is always a difficult, and he got, in a game, that's a whole nother story, but he was banged up late in that game last week. So I get it. You still can make it work, or maybe you just don't go run back in a game like this. That is always a possibility. Like if you really like Tampa and you can't make the run back work, I wouldn't be deterred by that just because it's such a low owned stack anyway.
Makes sense. Alex, what about you? Tampa Bay and the Rams.
My favorite game stack of the week is Tampa Bay and the Rams. Like if you're going off these team totals, then most likely I'm gonna just eat shit for the week. Since this is one of the lowest totals, but it's like I know the past defenses are solid, but it's like these teams throw the ball at the highest rates on the slate, where we have them projected to throw the ball 65% of the time, and the Rams 64% of the time. So what I see is just the potential that this game has a lot of plays.
And they can't run the ball. Neither team can run the football.
Exactly. So like I see this one as maybe having shootout potential that doesn't show in that 42.5 over under. So I'm taking some shots here. Will it work out? Probably not, but that's true of anything in DFS.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Like, I don't think either you or myself are confident that this is going to go particularly well, but it makes too much sense just given the passing volume on this team. They throw a shit ton. So yeah, it does make sense. All right. Well, Ben, what would you do if I said, I'll give you give me $10, right?
Okay. Sounds interesting.
$10, and I'll give you 2 free month subscription to Men's Health magazine.
Men's Health magazine?
Yeah, Men's Health.
No, I'm gonna veto. I'm gonna veto that one. No.
You keep your money, right?
Yeah, I'd keep my money.
What if you're just an average guy on the street who enjoys DFS, and I said, give me $10, I will give you 2 free months of Stokastic plus Platinum. All of their tools, not just for football, but for every single sport. What would you say to that?
I'd say even though I work here, I would still do that.
I preface that with you're an average guy on the street.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
You do it regardless, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know what you're going to talk about, but you're getting something awesome. And on top of it, you're getting something else that's awesome. And that is such an intriguing deal where we're giving you 2 months of all the tools. And the original promo from our friends at BetMGM is still in place there with the risk-free. So you got a lot of good things packaged into one deal here.
Yeah. MJ Hiding, I need to sign up for and get the free month. No, if you sign up at BetMGM, you get 2 free months. Jordan just put the link in chat. It's in the description, $10. Okay, so you click that link, you follow the directions. It's super easy. You'll see the BetMGM banner down at the bottom. You click that, follow the directions. All you do when you use this link, if it's available in your state and you haven't signed up there yet, and you want 2 free months of Stokastic plus Platinum, the ownership, the top stacks, the projections, the boom bust tool, all of the showdown tools, everything for football, basketball, hockey, MMA, PGA, esports, soccer, whatever. If they have contests out there, we got it. You're getting 2 free months. Each month is $120 value. That's what you'd be paying out of pocket. In this case, you take $10 when you sign up using that link and follow the directions on BetMGM, and you just put $10 on any bet. When that bet settles, you'll get hit up. You'll get emailed from BetMGM to get your 2 free months. Dude, if you've been waiting to get in and you haven't done so yet, maybe it's a money thing. Maybe another site burned you in the past, so you're skeptical. You shouldn't be, but I get it. Here it is, 2 free months. $10 bet at BetMGM. You have to use the link though. Don't DM me that you didn't use the link and you didn't get it. I can't track it otherwise if you don't use the link. And this will be going down to 1 month very shortly. So take advantage of it, boys and girls. 2 free months, Stokastic plus Platinum. All the tools we talk about, all the tools we use. Just use the BetMGM link. $10, bet a game when you follow the directions in the link. All right, let's go. Indy, New England. Alex, Deion Jackson. You said no Moss. Sam Ellinger is at quarterback here. And then on the other side, Ramondre Stevenson. I think this game makes the most sense to hit it from both angles. How do you want to play the backfield in the rest of this game?
Ramondre Stevenson is definitely a great option. He isn't expensive. Damian Harris is out this week, and then I think they only have one other running back active based on what I saw. So I think the workload is about as high as possible. And he's a guy that is active in both receiving and rushing. So I really see no reason not to just go for Ramondre Stevenson. And then Jacoby Myers is always like a decent play, but I don't see any reason this week to really boost him or fade him. And then on the other side, Deion Jackson, I'm a little bit torn because like he's definitely earned the playing time. However, if Philip Lindsay starts doing better than him, I don't know how fluid that situation is. And Deion Jackson is very popular this week, so I do feel a little iffy about playing him. But I think it's cheap enough that you got to play him a little bit.
MM3 said every week Loughy tries coming up with a lead into this promo, and Ben is always like, "Nah, fuck up." Yeah, that's the bit.
Yeah,
that's the bit. I'm intentionally trying, and that's the bit, man. Come on.
It's supposed to be. We got the yin and the yang, man. That's how we do it.
Don't spoil the magic here. Ben, you're going to see some magic with Deion Jackson and Ramondre Stevenson today. 2 high-owned running backs in the lowest scoring game of the week. Not to say that should deter you from them, but are you coming in underweight on these guys, or do you think it makes sense?
No, I mean, I definitely think it makes sense, particularly with Stevenson. This is a guy that it's felt like opportunity was the only thing holding him back, and now he's got that. They're at home, their favorite. I like him quite a bit. Deion Jackson, I'm right in line with Alex. I think it would be too aggressive to say I'm Xing this guy out because there's definitely pass for him, but there's so many variables with the team that still is in their second start with a new quarterback, new personnel. We don't know exactly where that's going to go. So some tepid interest. Stevenson, one of the most popular plays on the slate, and I think that's warranted.
And a ton of pass catching work lately too. That's what makes
can't be phased out of the game.
Yeah, you can't fake. And now you've got projected to have no Damian Harris. That's huge. The fact that if this, no matter how this game goes, Stevenson's going to be involved. But I will say, so many good running back options that I don't think it's crazy to say, maybe I don't want heaps of Ramondre Stevenson at 33% ownership on a 10-game slate. I don't think it's insane. There's a lot of other good high volume backs out there. I don't think Jacoby Myers is crazy in a spot like this. Alec Pierce had 4 targets last game. 3 of them were deep balls, so that's somewhat interesting. But I think that'll do it. Hey, Alex is at Awesemo DFS on Twitter. Ben's at Jazzraz DFS. I'm at Loughy_D. Shout out to Jordan Klein as always. Hey, Jordan's over 1,700 likes. How about that?
Let's go. Yeah. We need to get to 2K. 2K by the end of Live Before Lock. Let's go.
We got the intermission Hall of Fame segment coming up. Live Before Lock. Right after this, taking you up to lock with Matt Savoca and Eric Lindquist. It's going to be a great show. While you're waiting, make use of your time. Take a single second. Hit that thumbs up. Maybe 1,900 by the time that show starts, and we'll blow all of our previous records out of the water. But hey, in all seriousness, appreciate you guys making this show what it is every week. Good luck today. We'll catch you back here for the next one. Peace. All right, here we go. It's Hall of Fame time, baby, where we showcase all the big wins from the Stokastic family, hand out some subscriptions to Stokastic Plus Platinum, and induct you fine fellas into the Hall of Fame. Let's go. All you got to do to make your way into the Hall of Fame, very simple. Download the Stokastic profile picture at stokastic.com/avatar. Then use it wherever you play. Doesn't matter. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, and tweet your wins to Stokastic Hall of Fame on Twitter at StokasticHOF. Not only are you getting here up on the board, brag to your friends, we'll do it for you, but you win a free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum on top of that too. Huge come up for anybody getting here on the board. Just like our boy, Steve Buzzard. He doesn't need a subscription because he's working hard behind the scenes on these very tools that you're using, but a massive couple of days for him. The Colts with 200K wins in a night, follows it up the very next day, or a couple days later, not quite sure what it was, with $250,000, smashing the NBA game early on, and he left a little note. Whoever said everyone wins at NBA DFS must have been a Stokastic subscriber. Not a bad start to the season. No, not at all. Congrats, Steve. And congrats to you, David. Read Schmidt and Emacs NBA Top Plays article and blindly threw in a free roll lineup that had me solo first and $10,000 gas station hot dogs are on me. Little reference to Matt Kajeski there. Next up, Lance Simpson. Got another one on No House Advantage. Thanks to Stokastic again for getting me to play at NHA. Yeah, just overlay Central over there. You're going to make money. And Steven took down 1,700 in the 50-cent mini-max. Love the VOD series. Massive ROI there. Coming up next, you got Josh. Feeling cute, might delete later. Listen, fantastic NHL analyst, $5,000 win, but that tweet made me insanely uncomfortable. Next up, you got Max. Distant second place, but good night, great projections and insight on the show today. 750 again in the mini max. And remember, it doesn't matter if it's a 5 cent, 10 cent, $100 entry. As long as you finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, rocking the avatar and tweet those wins to us at Stokastic HOF, you're in for the free month and the Hall of Fame. And Sky, NBA lineup generator, delivering the goods when I only had a few minutes before lock last night. And finally, our boy Hemi, Stokastic Family Dime Package. Like I said, 10-cent entry, $75 win. Congrats to y'all. You've now been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Welcome back to those of you who have been there. Get that avatar and get inducted.
Giving me a hand count, right? Okay. I was like, I don't even know what to do. Good morning. Welcome everybody to the NFL Live Before Lock show presented by No House Advantage, our friends. I'm Eric Lindquist. Excited to talk through this slate. I think there's a lot of interesting things. We just got the inactives. Looking forward to talking about those. But first, hit that like button, subscribe button, and notification bell as we get going. I'm going to be hanging out with my buddy Draftaholic over on the Twitters. Go follow him there. It's in the bottom right corner of your screen. Go follow me at Eric Lindquist while you're at it. But Matt Savoca, the man, the myth, the legend, half of the law firm in town. How you doing, my dude?
Well, first of all, thrilled to be here. Second of all, the other half of the law firm is now DFS thought leader in the college space. This guy just on an absolute heater in college football DFS. Shout out to Gajeski, all he does for the NFL and NCAA. This is a great slate, man. Excited to dig in. The beat was hot. The chat's been awesome. The likes have been high. Let's get it over 2K. We can do this today, guys. Let's roll. Let's win some money.
That'd be very nice. I would love, especially because, I know Josh is very, very good at getting everybody hit the like button. I don't know how, because he's about the least likable person ever. We have Loughy, who everybody likes. Everybody's going to hit the like button for him, but we're cleanup crew. We're doing live before lock. We're giving you the ins and outs, the last things you need leading into this slate. So a like goes a very, very long way for us. Hit us over 2,000. That would be nice on our end to be able to get that done for you. But before we dig in, let's talk actives and actives. I think just getting the verification that Damian Harris was going to be out, that was very important because Ramondre Stevenson showing up in a lineup or two. I'll put it that way. And Zach Moss, just going back and forth with David Porter in the chat a little bit. Weird that it matters, but they just don't have enough running backs over there where Deion Jackson, he's going to get a lot of work. And so I think just that entire game for being the lowest total one on the board, two massive pieces of news that I think make some sense. How about you? Anything stand out to you?
Yeah, these are mostly confirmations for me. Nothing really incredibly surprising here. But ultimately, there are two ways that we can have fantasy relevancy, right? In a DFS slate, we can have lots and lots of scoring. Those are high total games. That's why everyone flocks to those high Vegas totals. and there's consolidated offenses. And we're going to get this much volume from Deion Jackson, or projected volume at least, and from Ramondre Stevenson on the other side. Even in this low total game, I think you can go there. Honestly, there are just a lot of volume running backs that you can get unique with your RB2 and in other ways here, maybe with some contrarian stacks, where ultimately the only thing that, I had to shift around a couple things this morning was Darren Waller being confirmed out. We kind of knew that heading into the weekend, though. I wanted to sprinkle him in if he did end up being in.
Yeah, because he's a high upside tight end option. We don't really have a lot of those. Pretty flat across the tight end space. I mean, Gerald Everett being my highest projected guy that I've got in the last run that I did. He's the highest run here at Stokastic. It's wild to think that you just don't have anybody that's above 5,100 to play. Zach Ertz being the ceiling there. So looking forward to talking that position, looking forward to talking about everything here with you. And per usual, we go position by position on this show. A little bit different than every other show before it. Let's get to it. Let's talk some chalk here at the quarterback position. And it was pretty clear cut that when you have Josh Allen on a slate, Josh Allen's going to be the highest owned quarterback, even at 8,500 on DraftKings.com, FanDuel. He's just got so many weapons now. Even Nyheim Hines, he'll get mixed in a little bit. I don't know what that workload will look like, but Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis, the stacks all make sense. It's a massive spread. They're 11-point favorites. How are you feeling about Josh Allen being your cash game and tournament quarterback today?
Look, the projection for Josh Allen, the median projection compared to all other quarterbacks today just is #different, right? That's ultimately why this team and this player has so many outs against the Jets team that is just unimpressive without their best offensive lineman, their best running back. They have a little bit of talent on the defensive side, but I don't think it's slowing down arguably the best offense in the league. Ultimately, I just think there's a level of floor, ceiling, and confidence with Josh Allen and this Bills offense that we just can't say about most teams on this slate or in the NFL right now. I think we have chances to take advantage of it, and especially with the ways that we have on this slate to differentiate ourselves. Plenty of Josh Allen today. I will mention the Jets are actually quietly top 10 in adjusted fantasy points allowed to quarterbacks, still not slowing me down in playing plenty of Allen.
Yep, I'm completely with you. You look at some of the rush percentage also for this team. What is it? Down to 37.5%. I mean, they're just going to be out there chucking the football around. Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, and the Rams. I think it all makes sense that those are the only three teams that are above them on this slate in terms of rushing percentage, or that have lower rushing percentages. So,
yeah, and pass rate over expectation. No one's above the Bills.
Nobody's above the Bills. That makes a lot of sense. So we do that. I got to give access. Oh, look at that. See, this is the thing with these new run sheets. I got to create access to my producer, Jordan Klein, behind the virtual glass. If you don't hit a like button for us, hit a like button for him.
For Jordan.
As we're talking through all the things, he seems okay. Except for I couldn't hear the Seals this morning. It made me sad. But you have Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert, your lone 2 7K quarterbacks. And I have tons of both of them because I do expect Josh Allen to be very popular. I expect that he's going to be somebody you should get to in allotment of lineups if you're playing more than one, no doubt about it. But I got to think about it. There's going to be guys who rival that kind of upside. I get Joe Burrow. I get that against Carolina. I don't love not having Jamar Chase on the field. It just is what it is. I think as much volume and surplus as you could get for T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd, I would prefer to have his highest upside option out there. So I'm looking at this Kyler Murray, Justin Herbert tier as one pretty easy for me to get over the field on. How do you feel about those two specifically at $7,400 and $7,200 respectively?
Yeah, Justin Herbert is one that's really interesting to me. I know the game logs have been kind of unimpressive of late, but still he's third in overall pass attempts, 7th in passing TDs, and in expected fantasy points per game. He's been 7th among all quarterbacks this year. And then you look at this game flow. I get that a lot of people are going to see, oh yeah, this Falcons run D has been gashed. They are 26th in Football Outsiders rush DVOA. They're even worse against the pass, though. 27th in yards allowed per pass attempt. 3rd worst in Football Outsiders pass DVOA. There's just so many ways it goes right for the Chargers today. You can't dislike Justin Herbert. I'm fine with Kyler Murray. Ultimately, this tier and above, obviously, with Josh Allen, I do think there's a level of ceiling, like access to 27 to 30 points that the other tier just simply does not unless you get some huge outlier performance.
Agreed. Justin Herbert, you get some cheaper pass catchers now too. We don't have the Keenan Allen. We don't have the Mike Williams. That's not something anybody is unaware of at this point in time. So I think Justin Herbert makes a ton of sense. I think Kyler Murray, just with Hopkins, with Rondale Moore, I'm going to be getting quite a bit to that too. And Zach Ertz not pulling any ownership at the tight end position because nobody wants to spend any money at tight end this week. Totally understand. I'll take a couple shots in stacks throwing that together. Just a high upside game, I think. So looking forward to that one. But we're now moving down into the tier where I think a lot of tournament decisions are going to have to be made. If you're playing 150, if you're playing more than a couple lineups for sure. I'm just going to open up the 6K range to you and ask you, who is your favorite quarterback here?
I still think it's Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay.
I think as long as the weather holds up, I think Miami could absolutely trounce the Bears in the way that Miami has been gashing teams deep. There's just some upside here at 6,700. You know, I was talking just a moment ago about 25, 30 point upside. Maybe that one exception in the 6,500 and a little above range is that 6,700 Tua Tagovailoa. I'm worried about Joe Burrow, as we kind of mentioned, without Jamar Chase. I think we eventually see them figure things out a little better than they did against Cleveland, but Carolina's playing a little bit better than people expect. Betting on Tom Brady to finally have that breakout performance requires a little bit of faith that you don't necessarily need to have. And then you got like chalky Aaron Rodgers, which maybe I jumped the gun here, but he's 5,900. You know, I don't need to play chalky Aaron Rodgers when everyone's going there. And this team has been, you know, dare I say, decrepit offensively.
I like Geno Smith at 5,800. I'd rather play him as the chalkier option. Detroit, they've been the Coors Field of football in this dome, especially when they've been at home. It's been annoying. It's going to be annoying again today. I mean, we just saw the Tua situation. Nothing could have been worse for me last week. After a couple of nice calls at the quarterback position, I got blasted, just completely nuked last week. So nothing like cashing 3 out of like 300 lineups, basically. I had 290 lineups, but it was a rough day for Eric Lindquist in the NFL DFS streets last Sunday. I'm going to try to get some of that money back with Geno Smith, I think, at 5,800. I think even Derek Carr, 5,400. I get why the ownership's starting to go there. And the nice thing, too, is that he's so cheap when you go up and pay for a Devontae Adams, who's going to be completely underlooked here on this slate. Everybody in that 8K range is going to be much higher owned than he is at the wide receiver position.
Let me ask you something, Eric.
Go ahead.
Do you have any concerns about this Arizona-Seattle game looking good on paper, but once again falling short of expectations here? This was a 19-9 game when these teams already met. We often see lower scores the second time two teams play. That'd be pretty hard to see here, but it sounds like that game environment you're really interested in with the Kyler DeAndre one side, Geno Smith on the other. Do you have any concerns there that we're kind of overestimating it?
No. So one of the things too is that was in Seattle. I don't think the weather was perfect that week by any means, but we're going to a dome in Arizona and DeAndre Hopkins is there. We've seen 14 and 13 targets for him. He's a huge part of my lineups this week. And I think DK Metcalf and Lockett, I don't know how DK Metcalf doesn't have an injury off of what we saw 2 weeks ago getting carted over and then playing more than I expected last week. He had over 60%, I think, of the snaps, which was pretty interesting. You give me this kind of wide receiver core in these two games, and you get James Conner coming back into the mix, who we've seen the kind of touchdown equity he's had at the goal line the last couple seasons, only 1 touchdown this season. I just think there's a lot of really high upside pieces everywhere in that game. It's later. There's only 2 games that we have in the afternoon window, and I will gather a ton of information about what I have earlier, and I can kind of mix and match some of the pieces from that game. So it's kind of the one late swap spot on this slate.
That I totally get. That makes all the sense in the world to me.
Yep. And then you get the Rams if you need to go to that game too. I mean, those are 2 teams that are way above expectation in terms of passing. As I said before, Tampa Bay and the Rams, they're both above Buffalo in terms of pass play percentage. So big late night hammer or late afternoon hammer or wherever the hell you are. Just it's a hammer. It's a hammer. Any other quarterback that you want to give a shout out to? I have one garbage piece of trash quarterback that I think I'll talk about here in a second. His name's Justin Fields, and I think we should play a lot of him. But
I'm there too, man. Oh gosh, are we gonna lose some money today?
I just don't want this take to be on the record. That's the problem. Is like I don't want to come out here and say did you know Justin Fields, I think he's kind of been hidden by some of the primetime games that he's had in terms of like, normally people get steamed up when they have good games, but I mean, are people aware that he's been like QB3 over the course of the last 3 weeks? Because that's pretty freaky to say out loud.
These are overall rankings, just right here on the game log I have. QB5 overall, QB5 overall, QB8 overall, QB13 overall, Justin Fields last 4 weeks. It's all about the rushing, right? And from a real football standpoint, they've kind of hinted at this, that they've just allowed, after 2 reads aren't there in the passing game, boom, Fields is allowed to take off. It's led to the number 2 quarterback in carries per game, number 2 in red zone carries per game, and number 2 in rushing TDs. That's the Konami code of quarterbacks. I don't know what else to say. Like, there it is. The Trevor Lawrence is another one against a Las Vegas defense that has been atrocious, particularly against quarterbacks in fantasy scoring. So I do think at 5,200, you could go there. Mariota, maybe in that game environment, like if you want to have a bunch of Chargers offense options, but you say Justin Herbert doesn't get there at that relatively high price, and then you go to the rushing upside of Mariota. I know Patterson's back. We'll talk about him in a minute, but Mariota definitely has that Fields-like rushing upside on a bad team.
All right, so you're on board with my Justin Fields interest.
I am.
God, best of luck to us. I have 12% of him, and I feel like I'm just disintegrating 12% of my lineups to the gods, like before the slate even starts. But Miami, I don't mind.
Sometimes you need those sacrifices to the gods, so you get on those heaters.
And you never walk away from a table when you're on a heater. Yeah, hangover. Good stuff. Anyway, anything else at the quarterback position for you?
I think we covered it there. I am not betting on the Bucks and the Rams turning into last playoffs Bucks and Rams, but I get why people are trying to believe.
Yeah, I believe. You know what else I believe in? BetMGM, getting an opportunity to go play over there. We've got a crazy promotion going with them right now. Risk-free bet up to $1,000. You're going to get 2 free months of Stokastic Plus Platinum. Now, I haven't talked about this at all yet. I didn't know we were doing this until I pulled up this promotion and saw this in, our lovely DMP that we have at Stokastic. But I'm telling you, 2 free months of Stokastic Plus Platinum, that is a massive deal to get, along with up to a $1,000 risk-free bet. So you go down, sign up in the description box below. There's a link. You make a deposit, and your first paid wager over at BetMGM, when you do that, you will get yourself 2 months of Stokastic Platinum free. So create a Stokastic membership. That is at stokastic.com. Click the large BetMGM icon. It's down there. Take advantage of it. Create a BetMGM sportsbook account. Has to be depositing at least $10. And when you make your first paid bet and have it get settled, so it's going to just be when the game's over. So don't do a futures bet for 6 months from now to start off, because that'll be a while. You're going to get yourself 2 free months of Stokastic Platinum. Pretty tough to beat that offer. Do that right now. Okay? Good talk. Glad we had it. Let's go to the running back position, where Ramondre Stevenson is just good chalk. We can talk about chalk all you want. Ramondre Stevenson, with 80+% workloads that you're looking at, absent Damian Harris, he's good chalk. Is there anything else that you want to talk about when it comes to Ramondre Stevenson today?
The only thing that's interesting about Ramondre Stevenson is that you don't have to get there. If you were listening to this show last week, we were kind of talking about Tony Pollard being good chalk, but it's almost how do you not go there? In this week, with so many high volume running backs, if someone was like, hey, I get why Ramondre Stevenson is a fantastic play on paper. He's 6,200. He should get all the volume here. He's gotten Alvin Kamara level targets. 8, 9 targets are in the range of outcomes for him every single week right now. But here's the deal. A third of the field is playing him. And so the minute you go against him, you're going to be against a lot of people. You're just going to be contrarian that way. And so I understand it as a fade option. There's nothing in the metrics that say fade him here, though. His volume's been fantastic. Harris is out. The median's good. The ceiling's good. The defense is mediocre at best. Stevenson looks as good as anyone on paper at the running back position this week.
Yeah, he's just unfadeable is probably the right way of putting it. Now, there's an identical price tag, basically, at 6,300 to that of Stevenson. It's Travis Etienne. Just another workload that it's pretty nice to see that he is getting everything you could possibly want. He remains too cheap at 6,300. He played on that Sunday weird slate because they were playing over in good old London. So You're just getting a way too cheap of running back. They need to do something about that. Aaron Jones, 7,400. Josh Jacobs, 7,300, coming off of burning the universe last week. Looking forward to going back to the well there. But out of these other chalky running backs that are getting 20+% ownership, who intrigues you the most?
You got to go with Jacobs. I know the efficiency has been horrible. I mean, it hasn't been horrible all the time. I take that back. You got to go with Jacobs against a team in Jacksonville that has not been very good against the run. What I actually meant to say is Mixon, whose efficiency has been horrible, but in the game environment he's expected to play in, I have to play him. His expected fantasy points among all running backs, third, that's 17 expected fantasy points per game. He's -5 below expectation. It means that from an opportunity value standpoint, he should be scoring a whole lot more. I still think as a floor and ceiling guy, it's a pretty solid option. And again, it's a 6,500 pivot away from super chalky Stevenson or even ETN, who we didn't really get to either, but he certainly arrived. He had his best game as a pro last week.
Yep. He's very good. Yeah. My God. I'm excited. This Las Frank injury or whatever it was from last year, far distant past, James Robinson gone. We all know the check marks there. They all make sense. But my highest owned for tournaments, and I'm curious what you think about this, because this is kind of a quote unquote flip the build type situation. And I'm just getting to an unbelievable amount of Austin Eckler at 8,800. I don't know what to say other than when you have no Mike Williams, when you have no Keenan Allen, how do you not just involve Austin Eckler in everything you're doing pass game schematically? Like, you just got to find ways to get him the football. He had been pretty inefficient as a runner early. I mean, he wasn't getting a whole lot of touches earlier in the season. That's gone away, but he's been very good, in certain spots. I mean, everybody's been running on Cleveland, so I don't want to overhype that, but his passing game involvement has been off the chain. 16 and 12 targets. That's not real life. I don't think there's any reason that should be changing. If you had to give me one running back who goes for over 40 today, I would just say Austin Eckler. You could take everybody else off the board for the most part. Yeah, I'd let you pick whoever you wanted up against him. And that just makes him so interesting for tournaments. He's $1,000 more than any other running back. How do you feel about him in Atlanta, in this dome, in a game environment we should like?
Yeah, not a single objection, Lindquist. I mean, honestly, the only thing I'm worried about is his ownership coming in higher than we have him projected for, because I think he looks just great on paper. Again, in the same way we were talking about Josh Allen and the quarterbacks, the rest of the position, only Ramondre Stevenson looks like he has a floor and ceiling that are similar to similar to Eckler here. But I would say that the matchup and the game environment is by far better for Austin Eckler here. We talked about the Falcons pass D being worse than the rush defense. Don't get it twisted. That rush defense is still really bad in Atlanta. And as you said, that passing game involvement is so secure for Eckler with everyone out in the receiving core in LA. Absolutely. I mean, just all systems go for this guy. And if you wanted to have him as your highest owned running back and just flip your build that way, 100% agree.
All right. I know why people are getting to all of these expensive wide receivers, 6,200 and 6,300. They're just great plays. Ramondre Stevenson and Travis Etienne. Why not be mixing in some Austin Eckler, who is a glorified wide receiver with this kind of volume, like elite wide receiver with this kind of volume? So I'm just getting to tons of him here. We've got a super chat here as well. Want to touch on this just quickly. If I live in an excluded state, this is from MM3 C Paletti. If I live in an excluded state, can I bet MGM by selecting a neighborhood state? They have my location and address. So what you have to do is you have to be physically located in that state. I'm signed up in Arizona for everything. So take advantage of that. That's, again, when you're in a legal state, there's nothing that says you can't be playing BetMGM or any of these books there. You want to be signed up and have those opportunities. So if you're like me, where you split time between Arizona and California, you have an opportunity to take advantage of it. So BetMGM, shout them out, because we want you guys signed up at all the books, so you have opportunities to be able to odd shop. Check out Odd Shopper while you're at it. Great content on the YouTube streets and online. Great article stuff happening too on that end. So I'm enjoying all of the upgrades to the Odd Shopper product. Our not even sister company, our partner, our other company, should I say. So be checking that out. Other running backs, Kenneth Walker, Joe Mixon, all these guys you talked about. Joe Mixon, he's been so bad on a per touch basis, but whatever. The opportunity should be there today. I want to talk Deion Jackson. Is probably the next chalky guy to really talk about, along with Deonta Foreman. But Deion Jackson, Zach Moss, I thought was maybe going to get a chance to get mixed in right off the bat. You have no Nyheim Hines there. You have no Jonathan Taylor. He's out. What's going to stop Deion Jackson today other than, just a tough matchup against New England? Because we have seen him smash and being really effective in the passing game at the same time when he's gotten these opportunities.
Yeah, no qualms with Deion Jackson. The only concern is stall drives and lack of scoring upside. Yeah. That's really the only thing here, because you're probably getting the targets against Jacksonville in week 6 when he was the guy. 12 carries, 10 targets, 121 total yards. That week before, 13 carries, 4 targets, 91 total yards. So he's been capable on a team that has been kind of anything but offensively. This Patriots defense isn't perfect either. So ultimately, I think Deion Jackson is a strong play for sure. Again, you got Stevenson on the other side. So if you're playing Stevenson, you're probably not considering Jackson in the same lineup in tournaments. So there are warts on the profile, but guy looks good, no competition, and we're not even sure the quarterback can really feature anyone but a running back in that offense right now.
We have Devin Singletary kind of in this range, 5,700 as we're kind of moving down the board. Nyheim Hines, I don't know how much he's going to get mixed in immediately, but just... I don't know if that's somebody to click on. It's weird to not have interest in the running game or like the main running back from the team that is expected to smash and has all the ownership at the skill position spots and obviously a quarterback. Kind of weird. Maybe Devin Singletary does come in really, really low owned. James Cook ain't it. They obviously brought in Nyheim Hines for a reason, but don't know what that passing game involvement could be for him right out of the gate. Still probably think it stays Singletary, but just adds a level of uncomfortability, if you will, to that situation. Same could be said for Raheem Mostert. How much does Jeff Wilson play there? A lot of these spots that I think are a little bit murky in the 5-6K range. Who are some of your favorite targets to play? Is there anybody that you don't have too many concerns over?
Well, especially when you have someone like Donta Foreman who smashed, previously when he was the guy in the backfield for Carolina at 6K. It does feel extremely uncomfortable to move up to a Raheem Mostert who might get touches taken away from him by Jeff Wilson or, of course, that explosive passing game. You got Jamal Williams, who, despite DeAndre Swift being active, it sounds like they're going to be very, very conservative with Swift's usage. And Jamal Williams has been the guy by the goal line all season long. Then it gets tougher, right? Because you got James Conner in that good game environment. Cordero Patterson, who is the bright spot of the Atlanta Falcons when healthy, coming back at 5,800. And even A.J. Dillon. Again, if so many people are thinking this Green Bay, Detroit game environment is so positive because of Detroit's defense, then A.J. Dillon could be in on the action. His ownership's going to be like sub 5%.
Yeah, he's going to be really low owned. I mean, do you feel good playing him? I don't feel good playing him. And that means it's probably going to be a good tournament play. That's for sure. You get some of these spots where it's just really hard to say anything other than like best of luck to you. I mean, if AJ Dillon, you need a lot of things to go right for that to pay out. But when it does against Detroit, it seems like everybody gets there to a certain extent, which brings me to the lineup generator. I'm not sure if we can pull that up here at the moment. Mr. Jordan Klein doing a great job. Just because there's so many of these different running backs, you want to find some of these ways to kind of mix in different things. Now, I think you can get a lot more different at the wide receiver position than you can at running back this week. Ramondre Stevenson, Travis Etienne, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler, they're all major parts of my build, and they're not exactly unowned by any means. But we want to find ways to get some of these other plays that can show up. And right now, our lineup generator can basically do that for you. It can basically add all of the randomness, make it not as chalky of a lineup. We'll tell you whether or not you're too chalky or not in the bottom of the screen. So take advantage of those kind of tools that we have here at Stokastic to make some tournament lineups quickly and efficiently. That's something that I've just enjoyed to do more and more as the product has gotten developed, because we just add new features to it throughout the weeks as things have gone on. We can do it for main, for showdown, for FanDuel, for the main tournaments there. We have GPPs, we have chalky lineups. You can do tournament lineups. You can do it double stacks. You can do it in so many different varieties, and it will be done automatically for you. Pretty incredible kind of tools that are getting developed by Sky and so many of the other guys behind the scenes. Sean Zahn, Eddie Lai, just some of the best DFS players, and now also some of the best tool developers that I've ever seen. This is just incredible stuff. that we have going. So be checking that out when you have Stokastic Platinum. Hey, you get 2 free months when you sign up at BetMGM right now. Seems like a pretty good win-win situation there. Get some lineups full free down there. Let's continue to any other low-owned running backs that make sense, because I've got James Conner, my boy, 5,800. I've talked about him. 3% seems about right. I don't know if he just comes back to full workload. It's a rib issue. I don't really know how to factor it. I assume if he's playing finally after a couple of weeks off, he feels better and he should be able to handle whatever they give to him. Benjamin's been effective at times, not so much when he was gone there. So maybe he just goes back to being that scat back role. I like him as a low-owned tournament option. Who are some of the guys that you like the most as low-owned tournament options?
I can't do it with Connor today. I can't do it.
I get it. I don't feel good about it.
It feels good for a GPP though. Like I get the way it happens, especially with the touchdowns that haven't been there this year for him, right?
Yeah, one. I'm just saying, I'm looking at last year and I'm like, can I get one of those? Can we run back last season one time for James Conner? Because he burned me all the time then. And now I'm just out here waiting with the opportunity to roster him finally. And here we are. I have, however many Rainmaker cards of this fool, because I'm like, oh, this is the week he's going to play. And now I'm just stuck holding the bag.
And we haven't even mentioned one of these games here that actually looks like a close AKA running back featured game environment. This Minnesota-Washington game has a 3-point spread, has 2 running backs who you could say are definitely going to be the lead backs here. No J.D. McKissick for Washington. Brian Robinson, great story, hasn't been efficient as a rusher, hasn't been used in the passing game. So I think Antonio Gibson, sub 5% ownership, is going to be really interesting. But Dalvin Cook, it's a pay up to be contrarian option, also going to be pretty low owned. He could run all over a Washington defense that is bad all around.
God, Dalvin Cook. I'm freaked out. One of the best plays on OddsShopper this week was the under of 80.5 rushing yards. And it makes sense. Alexander Madison's one of the best secondary running backs in all of football. He's been very effective in times when Dalvin Cook's been out. Obviously, Dalvin Cook has been healthy all season long, which is a good thing. I'm a Viking fan. It's a definite positive to have your star running back staying healthy here. But from a DFS perspective, Madison's still just kind of getting enough work. Yeah. He ended up poaching another touchdown last week. He's had 3 now on the season compared to Cook's 5. That's just kind of a headache to me. On the road in Washington, low total. I could definitely see it working out. That's a pay up to be contrarian for damn sure. Probably will find other ways, but the uncomfortability you have over Connor, I probably have over my boy Cook. I want to believe. I want to. I just don't know if I can.
I like I feel that there's a distinct difference between uncomfortability and discomfort. And I totally, it's the ability to feel uncomfortable versus just feeling uncomfortable, discomfort.
This conversation's making me uncomfortable.
Out of all the tangents on Live Before Lock, this one, okay, we move on.
Yeah, this is pretty. This is
tame.
Far
this
down
is
the
grammatical.
list. Yeah, no, we're doing just fine, sweetie. We're doing just fine. Cordarrelle Patterson's back in the mix, 5,800. I still like that game environment. That's one that I'm getting to quite a bit. Hey, once again, I have no idea what to expect in terms of a workload right out of the gate. I'm just willing to take lower shots on. I mean, it's the opportunity cost is nothing when he's like 2%. If you were like 10%, 12%. Different conversation. DeAndre Swift, same kind of conversation where maybe he plays a little bit more than we expect, and that would be awesome because that is Coors Field up there in Detroit. But any other running back you really want to be talking about before we jump to wide receiver and actually talk a little no house advantage?
No one I really want to be talking about, but Leonard Fournette on a bad rushing team is mentionable as a late swap option. Have fun with your 68 yards for possibly 1 touchdown.
Yeah, it's going to be pain and suffering. You know what it's not, though, is no house advantage because overlay, baby, take advantage. Go to nohouseadvantage.com. You can also download it over at the App Store. They are the sponsor of our lovely program here, the NFL Live Before Lock, streaming all of the shows that we've had today. We've had 4+ hours of streaming going for you guys, talking the NFL, talking everything that is to come here for Sunday. We'll be back on Sunday night. I'll be talking a little showdown with Neil Orfield, the showdown GOAT himself. So be checking that out for sure. But we're talking 45% full on the $15. We're talking 55% full on the $5. I mean, these are not going to fill. We have lock in 39 minutes. It's not going to come remotely close. Take advantage of overlay when it's given to you on these sites. You're basically getting paid to take advantage of it. And we're going to give you guys a free $50 when you use promo code Stokastic. That's STOKASTIC. Look at that. I can spell. You can also get $50. So that'll be up to $100 you could get for just 6 entries. That would be 6 entries into that $15. $90. You could put 2 more in that $5. You're all set. Take advantage of overlay. I can't say it enough. I can't stress it enough. So much fun. You're going to be playing player props, and we have the tools at Stokastic that can instantly make you profitable over there. You can import lineups. They have a CSV function. You can do multi-entry. You can put in multiples. So once again, up to 6 lineups. If you get that $50, get that $50 deposit bonus over there right now. But you can select which player props you want. You can simply click more or less on them, and you're going to win yourself some money. Use our free projections at the site to help win money right now at No House Advantage. So again, that's nohouseadvantage.com. Download the app at the Google Play or the App Store. Win some money right now in this early slate. Yeah, it's going to be super, super quick, super efficient. Select prop. Oh, look at that. 2.5 receptions for Paris Campbell, my boy. I feel like I'm the Paris Campbell whisperer. I mean, I'm just like speaking this guy into existence every single week. So
I was stoked for Campbell going forward, assuming Matt Ryan was going to be passing a lot, but inefficient rest of season. I don't know. I can't trust Sam Ehlinger at all right now, especially against a defense that has been beat at times, but I think Belichick just completely outsmarts this rookie quarterback today.
Yeah, he's going to have hell. It's not going to be fun, but we'll see. We'll see. That's why they play the games, Matt Gajeski. That's why they play the games. I called you Gajeski, Savoca. I caught it. I caught it.
You caught it. I appreciate you.
I love you. I love both my Mats.
All love, man.
I get
and
all
also,
the Mats.
like, it's hard to not have him on the mind right now, the weekend he's having in the DFS streets, man. Congrats again to him.
Dude's outrageous. The college football, if you're not watching him, you are missing out because he's walking the walk. That's the best thing that you can do when you're in DFS. You can walk the walk, and he is sprinting, I would say, while he's at it at the moment. Wide receiver, my Lord, is this a spread out position this week? It is incredible the amount of options that you have all over the board at the expensive end, at the low end. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, he had been so automatic through a couple of weeks. Had the concussion against the Cowboys, kind of nuked the chalk in that regard. He is back to the chalkiest play on the slate, just slightly more ownership than DeAndre Hopkins, who obviously I like a lot. He will be my highest owned wide receiver. But who do you like at the chalkier end of wide receiver? I'm just going to open it up to you because 21.5% for Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's still not a ton of ownership.
It's not, but he's not my favorite in this this top or closer to the upper tier. I guess Amon-Ra and 6,600 and the expected floor on that team with Hawkinson gone is solid. But my favorite chalky wide receiver is Justin Jefferson. Washington, if there's one area where they are definitively bad, I saw Sean in chat talking about that. If there's only one bright spot for Washington, it is their defensive line. Football Outsider seems to think so. They're still 19th in yards per carry. They're certainly bad against the pass. 31st in adjusted fantasy points allowed. So I love going up there. Obviously, you got Cooper Kupp at 8,900 if you want to go all the way up. One of the things that we should mention is a theme here. These other top wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, even Amon-Ra St. Brown, DeAndre Hopkins even. These teams that are playing against them, not overall great defenses, but they have been particularly strong against wide receiver ones. Chicago, number 4 against wide receiver ones. Green Bay, number 3 against wide receiver ones. Jair Alexander expected to see a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Seattle, quietly, number 2 against number 1 wide receivers, who we know DeAndre Hopkins is going to be a tough choice, but it's not totally taking me away from him. Just might not look as good based on the stats I'm looking at.
You guys are awesome. We're up to 1.8K likes. We're almost to the 2K marker. I'm not going to make Matt sing because I called him Gajeski and not Savoca, so that would be inappropriate. But I will not sing if you guys get over 2,000 likes. So if you want to know the
Hold on, I'm getting my burners.
Yeah, I was going to say, log in and hit that like button so I don't have to sing. Otherwise, you're getting this beautifulness at the end of the stream. Let's talk other wide receivers, shall we?
This is like a Hello Dolly cut or something there. I don't know what that was. Yeah.
To the top end. No one can stop me. I'm all the way up. Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson. You talked about your boy, Justin Jefferson. How about Cooper Kupp? Late night window. Give me some more positional flexibility. I have a lot of Seattle, Arizona. I'm going to be able to react to every piece of news because I will know exactly what I have to beat, or if I'm absolutely screwed going into the late night window or the afternoon games, because there's once again just two of them. I really like Tyreek Hill this kind of a week. Stephon Diggs. I think he's going to be very popular in terms of stacks with Josh Allen. But if you play just Stephon Diggs, maybe that's a way of kind of avoiding some of that ownership. That's what I plan to do. And Devontae Adams, he might have a remember me game against Jacksonville's defense. That would not surprise me in the least. They did forget about him last week. They forgot about Dre. 5 targets, 1 reception, 3 yards. That's not Devontae Adams stuff. That's Mac Hollins kind of stuff. Like, let's get back to being Devontae Adams. Yeah. That'd be great. But in these 8K range, you said Justin Jefferson, your favorite. Can you give me another maybe?
I think Adams is a solid option today for sure. I'm still worried he's not 100%. That's really the main thing there. I think Hopkins, with the way that he's been utilized, even if the defense is tough, he has some of the best volume metrics we've seen in the last couple of years, like Cooper Kupp level volume metrics right now in his first 2 games back with the Cardinals this year. We'll see if that keeps up rest of season. But ultimately, I think he and Jefferson are probably my favorite here. After that, though, I think you can get down below 7,500 and still see a ton of upside. Waddle is a number 2 wide receiver who Chicago has struggled with more. T. Higgins is in that range. You even have Mike Evans there. I think Gabe Davis is a little expensive. I totally get it. But even in that same game environment at Arizona-Seattle that you seem to like a whole lot, DK Metcalf going to be heavily involved against Arizona, who is not good against the pass.
I tell you, it's just a beautiful thing to get all the skill position players back here. Some people don't like it because, it won't create value. I think just having the best offensive players in both sides of the games, like James Conner, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Zach Ertz, DeAndre Hopkins, it just creates an environment where defenses are going to have a tougher time stopping football players. So maybe just give me all the points. Kenneth Walker II. I don't want to besmirch the good name of Michigan State there, although I have no ties to Michigan State whatsoever, really. They're like the Switzerland in my mind of college football. But we're looking at other wide receivers as we move down the board. We got to find ways to save a little bit of money here. Your one chalky option in this range has to be Josh Palmer. I think he's probably good chalk. We know wide receivers can be a little bit more highly variant. I would play him in a lot of lineups where, I'm probably different elsewhere but there's not that much ownership coming in at 15.3% on him. Chris Godwin, 6,200, feels weird to see that tag, but now the ownership's definitely there. Lockett, Moore, 5 and 6K range. Lots of guys that I want to get to. Not too hard to fit them into builds. You talked about Metcalf, my boy, today. But anybody else stand out to you in this range?
I do want to say, are we underestimating DeAndre Carter's usage?
Oh, boy.
Just throwing it out there. I like Josh Palmer. I don't think the ownership's that high either. I think it's reasonable. I'll probably be over the field, to be honest, as we finish up here with the lineup building. But DeAndre Carter ran 50 routes last time he was on the field, 94% snap share. The fantasy points have not been exciting at all for DeAndre Carter since week 1. So he's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I just think he might end up being used. We got Chris Godwin at the upper end of this tier as well, 6,200. The Rams have been not good against the pass, especially against secondary receivers as well. Adam Thielen, if I like Justin Jefferson, I definitely like Adam Thielen in the same game environment. We haven't talked about the Jaguars a whole lot. We mentioned Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne briefly, that they're just kind of in decent spots. But I think Christian Kirk is okay here at 5,500. I like the DJ Moore's, Terry McLaurin's of the world better. But if you had to save some salary because you had, just a couple hundred to spare and you had to go down here to a Thielen or a Kirk, I don't think you're making the worst decision here at all.
Yeah, I had Kirk, Captain Kirk, this guy, whatever.
He might be a whatever player. Yeah,
I'm upset with him. It's fine. Nobody cares about, I can't remember what week it was. He was like the only dud that kept me from winning all of the monies in all of the land, but whatever. I'm over it. Not really. That's why I'm whining about it now. Jacoby Myers, kind of popping for me a little bit. I don't really know why, because that game environment is terrible. 5,400 and being the wide receiver one on his football team. Maybe that's a little bit more of what it is. Kendrick Bourne's kind of been phased out of there quite a bit as well in that wide receiver core. Nelson Aguilar is a dude in the world, but yes, Jacoby Myers showing up for me in this range. Kirk, God, I kind of had him written off. Now I'm clicking on it. I trust you. Plus now I can blame you.
Right, there you go. You can just say, I shouldn't have listened. That's fine. Another player in this range who, again, it's sort of a fade on DeAndre Hopkins call more than anything else. Rondale Moore's 5,200 here. Mm-hmm. I do think there is some ceiling. There is.
Love it.
3 out of his last 4 games, he's had 8+ targets. So if they completely take away DeAndre Hopkins and it's an RBBC, maybe the only value, again, this is a tournament scenario we're kind of playing out here, is Rondale Moore, who's been efficient after the catch in particular.
You don't have to tell me twice. Give me all of that you got in a bag of potato chips. The Purdue speedster getting some work. I will say Minnesota just forgot how to tackle on that touchdown play that he had last week. I assumed that was going to maybe nuke up his ownership, but doesn't seem like it. So once again, I like that game environment. I think that game's going to shoot out Arizona, Seattle. So obviously Rondale Moore at 4%, I have absolutely no problem with. Josh Palmer, 5,100. I said I didn't have a problem with him, but you find that $100 in a chalky lineup and you've gotten different. And I don't think you've given up that much in terms of projection or ceiling by going to Rondale Moore there. So great shout out there. Drake London, 4,900. I don't know how you don't play that.
Yeah,
you got to play that.
Quality run back option, going to be popular because of the game environment. It's an I get it play.
It's not popular though. 6.4% for a 4,900 Drake London, who I think is one of the most talented wide receivers.
That low now?
Yeah, I think he's probably. Him, Garrett Wilson. I don't know what's going on with Garrett Wilson. Oh, Zach Wilson's throwing him a football. That doesn't help. But between him and Chris Olave, I don't know. Those are just 2 wide receivers that I think are just as talented as it gets. Drake London. I know Atlanta hasn't thrown the ball around as much as what you would want, but when they have, Marcus Mariota's been pretty efficient this season. I expect him to get maybe some of the, he hasn't squeaky wheel narrative. We definitely are seeing Kyle Pitts start to emerge again. That's a plus. It's directly hindered Drake London, but 4,900 for Drake London makes the risk reward a lot higher in my book.
Yeah, especially if he's not popular. If he's going to be under 7% owned, you kind of said it with Mariota. He's 7th in the NFL in yards per attempt, 11th in adjusted yards per attempt. And when he does throw, he throws downfield. He's 3rd in air yards per attempt. They just don't let him throw. In pass plays per game, the Falcons are 31st in the NFL, which has obviously stymied Pitts and Drake London here throughout the season. The Chargers are beat up in the secondary, and they might be in a game environment where both teams are just kind of in a pass-heavy game script. He's going to be unpopular. I do think he's a solid GPP play.
Oh, my God. I love you. Thank you, Drake London. I was just worried. It's just so wild how things can change so quickly. And obviously his involvement has been atrocious of late. So hopefully they can get him involved again, because I think he's just so talented. I can't imagine you have him on your football team and don't recognize that. So hopefully Charger secondary can be brutal this week. They've had
okay. One more thing, Eric, because we just saw it in the chat. I'm done. Someone just said it. I'm done with Drake London hurting my lineups.
Yep.
That's why we're seeing that ownership sag, because there are so many people out there feeling exactly like that. His role has not changed. The team has not changed. The game environment is arguably better. And now in just pure DFS terms and pure strategy, he's a better play than he has been in weeks.
See, that's what it is. That's what makes DFS, and I think NFL DFS its own little monster. Because we get sports like NBA, especially now we're back in those streets. Yeah, crazy things are going to happen, but the projections can do so much of the legwork for you for certain things. I mean, people are hand building, they're bringing narratives, they're bringing their own plays into the mix. And you're going to see certain guys like this that are just going to get way under owned compared to what their upside is. And so I get it. He's been bad of late, but then one play is all it takes at 4,900. I mean, you had DJ Moore go from just an okay play to 70-yard touchdown deep bomb later from PJ Walker of all quarterbacks, ends up nuking a slate. So like stuff can happen in the NFL all the time where it's just one play and there you are. I think 4,900, I'm willing to take that shot. I feel like I've just been playing more Marcus Mariota than the field all season long. I didn't even bring him up in the quarterback section, but I think by default, I'm overweight to him against this Chargers game, or in this Chargers game, 49.5 total. Thought I'd just reiterate that a little bit, but anything on the cheap end at wide receiver, sub 5K, because boy, is it bleak down here. Khalif Raymond, I think, is getting maybe justifiable. He's getting the most attention out of anybody down here. He's 4K. You have no Josh Reynolds. He's inactive for this game. Terrace Marshall's 3,900. Shout out to him for just being on the field and existing this season. But I don't feel good about either of them.
Sub 4K is just a mess. You got Zay Jones, 4,100. I'm going to take a shower after playing that play. This is just gross. Khalif Raymond, I saw that as well. Darren Waller's out, and it's just crazy how much the stock of Hunter Renfrow has fallen after a Pro Bowl season. Do you know how many total fantasy points Hunter Renfrow has this season?
I'm going to guess like 20.
He has 15 fantasy points this season.
Oh, my Lord. That's absurd. I will say he had a fumble, and then he had a fumble where he got concussed, and then he was out for a while. So, I mean, it was pretty wild the end of that game. Yeah, things were not going well for Hunter Renfrow. I think he wanted to be other Hunter Renfrow for a little while, hit a little baseball as opposed to getting whacked in the head.
All possible. What about, this is a crazy GPP play. This might be the GPP play that I'm playing that you shouldn't, but what about Alameda Zacchaeus?
Oh, man.
Access to that game environment. And if Drake London fails us again, maybe Zacchaeus finds his way to the end zone. He's probably going to be very low owned.
Every time I see the name, I can't help but go back to, Lutheran upbringing. Zacchaeus was a wee little man, and a wee little man was he. He climbed up in a sycamore tree for the Lord he wanted to see. Sorry, I don't know. I don't go to church on Sundays because I'm kind of here with you guys.
That seemed like it was ingrained real deep.
I was going to say, good times.
There.
Real fun. I have nothing down here for you. I'm getting guys in the stacks to kind of round it out. I have a couple shares of Trent Sherfield, of LaVisca Chenault, but they're 150, the biggest tournaments, nothing that I could possibly say, this is a good play. I kind of like the Zacchaeus shutout. If you're going to go anywhere where you could actually put that in a 3-max setting, I think you could actually make 3,600 work with him, but good Lord, is it brutal down here.
Hey, sometimes we have situations where, especially with trades and inactives, someone opens wide, but it's Khalif Raymond. Is that really our savior in GPP tournaments? I mean, I get it. It just doesn't have to be that way. The other player I do want to shout out as someone I'll probably be under the field on, again, another I get it player, is Garrett Wilson, the popular run back option if you are going to Buffalo Bills stacks. But just think about it in a vacuum here. Does Garrett Wilson with Zach Wilson have close to a 20% chance of hitting a ceiling type performance here against the Bills defense, who's been with Denver the best in the NFL? It's really low. It's really low.
Yeah. All right. Couple super chats to catch up on here. We'll do our 100 yards and a touchdown here as we move to the tight end position as well. But Corey Ballmer, shout out $2, my guy. ATN or Tyreek Hill. So ATN and Tyreek Hill, or Mostert and Eckler on DK. So ETN and Hill, or Mostert and Eckler for you?
Well, first of all, wouldn't that be a great time to use the DFS player compare tool?
I think it would be. I think the player compare tool can help you with these kind of decisions big time. In fact, we're kind of looking at a situation where you have to think about the ownership of them too. I want to be very aware of what it is, because Mostert, he's pretty unowned. Eckler lower owned as well. If you have a really chalky lineup, ETN and Hill are chalky. So there you go. If you're not, you could be going to the Mostert and Eckler side. So regardless of it, we could look at the player compare tool. That's going to help you with 1v1, 2v2 decisions all the time. Kind of let you know what Stokastic is looking at in terms of projection, in terms of ownership, which one might be the better play for you based on your lineup. Because again, all lineups are built differently. No discrimination here, Squirrel. Take advantage of that tool. But right now, I would go to the Mostert Eckler side just because it's a little bit lower owned. And I'm assuming that's not like a cash question. So if it's cash, it would be ETN and Hill.
Agreed there as well.
Take me to church jokes. Yeah. See, you get everything here on Sundays. Malcolm revamped $1.99 before lock. Yeah, he wants to know before lock who for DST, for DK, and FanDuel cash. I don't know how you don't play either the Buccaneers or the Panthers. Those would be the only two I would have for cash.
For cash, just looking at it here, you probably want, Dolphins too. Did we mention Dolphins for FanDuel?
Yeah. For DK.
Yeah.
I was saying DK.
Sorry,
I'm not
for
playing
DK,
FanDuel
Buccaneers, absolutely.
Yeah.
And FanDuel, Dolphins, Bills, Bengals.
Mm-hmm. If the $700 does something for you, I don't mind Panthers just because of how many times Joe Burrow, it seems, gets sacked. He's a sacked lunch. Num, 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 num. No, that was a bad one. I'm so dumb. I'm really a dumb person. But you know what? You guys love me anyway. Yeah, you appreciate me anyway, I think. All 3.8K of you hanging out here. Hit that like button. Get us over 2K. Are we over 2K yet, Jordan Klein? We're not? Maybe.
We can do this, fam. We got this.
I need it. I need it for my eco. I have no eco. That's the problem. Let's go to the tight end position. I'm an egoless man. Faceless man. Foster Moreau jumping to the top of the charts. Foster the people. Please do something. I would like that. I mean, he's been serviceable because he's been cheap, but now he's up to 3,200. Up to 3,200. We'll put that in quotes. Robert Tonyan there, a little bit popular too.
Weren't we supposed to do the 100 yards and a touchdown?
Oh, we are. Let's do that, shall we? That's on the run sheet. We can do that.
I know you have a plan for these things.
I do. I said the plan and then I hit eject on it. Like, I don't know. That's what happens when you get hit in the face, right? Everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the face.
Thank you, Mike Tyson.
You're welcome.
I think he said punched in the mouth.
I want to know everybody in chat's 100 yards and a touchdown as well. Give me your freaky deaky, lower owned than normal, because if you come here and say Ramondre Stevenson, just get out of here. But who's your 100 yards and a touchdown for the people in tournaments today?
Okay. He's not incredibly low owned by any stretch. But my guy this week, Kenneth Walker, man. This Arizona defense is bad, and Kenneth Walker is good. DK Metcalf has downsides, warts on the profile. Lockett, warts on the profile. Even Geno Smith, who's been fifth in the NFL in passing touchdowns, warts on the profile. Kenneth Walker has volume, and he's got the matchup. I'm going with Kenneth Walker, 100 yards and a touchdown.
God, do I love you. Sometimes you just say things that are beautiful. I kind of want to say James Conner on the other side of it now, just to like really get weird, get freaky deaky naughty, but I'm not going to do it because that would just be an absurd pick in that situation. It's such an unknown that if I call that, it's more of like what I want to have happen as opposed to an actual call. But I
love some of these in chat, by the way.
I know. I'm seeing Lockett, Metcalf, Josh Palmer, Cordarrelle Patterson. I like that shout out as well. But I am going to go Rondale Moore. He has yet to go over 100 yards yet this season. But as you've said, the opportunity's been there. And he had been such a low ADOT guy once upon a time. That's starting to extend. He is not just a gadget wide receiver. He's been on the field a lot. That helps having Malcolm Brown continuing to be out there. Yes, even with the emergence of DeAndre Hopkins playing a ton there, Arizona started to just let Kyler Murray go out and try to throw it around the backyard a little bit. They've kept it competitive. They won that New Orleans game in his return, even though Rondale Moore didn't do anything there, was more involved. And then you had the week 8 bang going up against Minnesota, had the one play that kind of extended the box score, but I think he goes over 100 and gets in the box against Seattle. Bang. Rondale Moore, take it to the bank, fam. God, I have an excruciating amount of him today. Let's go to tight end, though. Give me your cash game tight end for today.
I'm trying to get to Zach Ertz, but I can't believe I'm saying this. I think I might play Evan Ingram.
Oh, boy.
I'm probably going to have a bad time.
Did it have a
Tyler Higbee is a really solid option too.
Okay.
I should mention that maybe that's the more sane option if you're playing cash games at 3,700 and you have the afternoon to play him. But this is an ugly tight end field, man.
I'd go Foster the people for what it's worth, but at the same token, they're all cheap 3K guys that I think you could make equal a case for. But I do expect Foster Moreau probably to be the chalkiest guy. I mean, he's the highest owned at the position. He's cheaper than Tonyan, Ingram, Higbee. So I might go that direction, but I mean, I don't have that big of a stance on it.
This is not a good week to have a strong stance at tight end. Maybe.
I have one.
Okay.
Gerald Everett. I have a ton of Gerald Everett today. I think it's an absolute opportunity to just slam dunk smash Kyle Pitts and Gerald Everett in this game, in this spot. Kyle Pitts starting to get more involved. I like him. I like Drake London. I like getting to more Marcus Mariota. So naturally he's going to show up. But if you're going to move the football, Gerald Everett is going to probably be your best guy other than like everybody's going Josh Palmer, but how could Gerald Everett not get more involved? Plus, have you seen his visor? His visor is awesome.
That dude looks real
That
cool
helmet looks
on
like
the field.
he looks like a man. He is a man out there playing football. It's a Gerald Everett season for me at the tight end position.
Hey, he's 7th on the slate in expected fantasy points. You're kind of paying a lot in salary to get there. Again, you're paying a premium for the attachment to the game environment. But what faith do we really have in these wide receivers? What faith do we have in any player on that offense right now outside of Austin Eckler? Gerald Everett, you could argue, has been the second most reliable receiving option with Mike Williams unavailable for the time being here. Kyle Pitts is another one where certainly unreliable would be a way to describe him. And it's bold for us to have him as a top 3 projection. Another one in that clear, I get it range. Higbee, we already mentioned as well. Another one we got to say here, Hayden Hurst. Such a clear part of the Cincinnati offense with no Jamar Chase. He kind of moves up to that receiver 3 role, which when Tyler Boyd is in that receiver 3 role on that offense, it's pretty valuable. So I'd absolutely go there as well.
I guess
Tunyon for you. Is that
yeah,
another one?
I'm not getting to a lot of Tunyon. I'm getting to pretty much everybody else in that range. Noah Fant. I don't want people to forget about Noah Fant. Even Will Dissly could probably get mixed in a little bit. Considering how high on that game, I'm just getting to a lot of pieces of it. There you go. But the last guy to really give a shout out to, I think, is Cade Otton. Have we talked about him at all? We continue to be paying attention to the news with Cameron Brate. He's not going to be playing again here with that neck issue. Week 9, I'm worried about him going forward. But Cade Otton had some bright spots. Didn't play all that well last week. Nobody for Tampa Bay played all that well last week. So I'm willing to go back to him. He's had serviceable enough volume in absence of Cameron Brate there. It's a team that throws the ball around a lot, regardless of what you want to say about the Buccaneers' efficiency here this season. Yeah. I think he makes sense as a punt.
I do. I'm looking at this. I definitely should pump up Cade Otton a little bit. Just with so many players in this tier, I'm often just attaching myself, again, I feel like I'm saying this 5 times today, to the game environment that I think in that lineup, I have the narrative of it shooting out. The player who's in the he definitely could burn me range is Zach Ertz, right? If we're talking up all those players in that game, Kenneth Walker, James Conner, DeAndre Hopkins, Rondale Moore, we're talking about the bullish scenarios. Obviously, there are bearish scenarios for every player. But Zach Ertz here at a rather expensive for tight ends, 5,100, isn't expensive for lineups if you consider the whole thing, right? And he has a solid median projection. And again, a great game environment. Ertz has continued to be used in the red zone, and he's 5th in air yards among tight ends, 2nd in total targets, 3rd in expected fantasy points. He's not going anywhere.
No. We're ready to rock. Let me get my lineups in here as well. I was doing some last minute editing because of course I was just always trying to factor in everything that I'm talking about with my friend Matt Savoca. Plus,
what about Tyler Conklin
doing other things? Oh God.
I have a little of him today.
Do I have to?
If Garrett Wilson is going to be such a popular run back, I'll just pivot a little bit and get sub 5% on Tyler Conklin.
I could also not.
You could not. I like having the run back when I play Buffalo.
I get it. Yeah, I'm still. I don't know how popular that is. I know if you go into Cruncher and you're going to have the run back settings that you're throwing in for things, but otherwise, do you really need a run back from the Jets?
You may end up not having one at all. They were talking about the upside to having a Jets run back in the previous hour. I think if you rewind after the stream, Ben Rasa talks about it earlier, but I do think that especially if I'm going to do Gabe Davis or Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, and I have a way to differentiate myself with Tyler Conklin, it's not the craziest idea. We haven't projected actually pretty high, like 8 to 9 points as a median projection right there with the Moreaus and the Ingrams of the world.
It just sounds unfun.
Uncomfortability.
That is the word of the day. That has absolutely become what it is. Let's go to defense and round it out. 9 minutes for the people. Once again, like button goes a long way. Love to see it. Things you love to see, 2K in that department. Well done. Let's do it. Favorite defenses. We talked for cash. I think the Panthers make sense. I think the Bucs make sense. But for tournaments, I'm going elsewhere. What are you planning to do with defense on DraftKings.com?
Okay, how about the Vikings?
That's my
Vikings
team.
are not going to be very popular.
Nope.
I mean, for a defense, again, we're talking about 5 to 7% ownership expectation here. For a 3x score, maybe you need like 10, 11 points and you're starting to feel really good. And that's very possible against Taylor Heineke. So there's some upside. We talked about Washington this whole time about having, Scary Terry upside, but there's also tremendous downside, like risk of ruin for this team, even though they're just 3-point underdogs. Same thing with the Dolphins defense. If Justin Fields can't get it together as a rusher, that team certainly can't get it together as a passer. We'll see if that defense that adds a playmaker, a linebacker for sure this week is looking any better. And then the Patriots are still facing Sam Ehlinger. As much as we can say we like the volume from the Colts' one healthy running back, Deion Jackson, Patriots could absolutely smash today.
They absolutely could. And you guys could absolutely just smash the like button here in the last 8 minutes. Goes a long way. Brock Wright. That's the person people want to ask about. Brock Wright. No TJ Hawkinson in the world here anymore. He's pulling 4.5%. I get it. I have 2% of him. Whatever. He's 2,500. He's a complete punt at the very bottom end. I just would prefer Foster Moreau for cash. I would prefer the entire 3K range over him. What do you think about Brock Wright, who out of Notre Dame was actually somebody that I thought was kind of an athletic freak? This is what we would need Gajeski for, is the Brock Wright take.
And that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm looking up his college metrics right now. Undrafted out of Notre Dame, 6'4", 257. He's definitely a move tight end, right?
Oh, and he can run too, from what I understand.
He's fast. He's got a 4.7 40. His speed score puts him in the 77th percentile, so that's factoring in his weight. And we've seen him have upwards of a 38% route share on this team already. Again, Hawkinson hasn't been a beacon of health here. So if there is anyone at the tight end position, and let's say you're playing like an Aaron Jones on the other side, I think if you're trying to take down a Millie Maker and you're using like a small correlation, like a skinny stack here, Brock Wright isn't crazy. No, not at all, especially against a Green Bay team that has been up and down on defense as well as offense this year.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel good when you do it. You click on the
uncomfortability, button. Certainly there.
Oh, God. Just run back all these words that we're saying. All right, guys, we're almost out of here. 6 minutes. I think we caught up on all the super chats. I think we did a great job breaking everything down. I'm making sure all my lineups look exactly the way that I want them to. Is there anything else that people need to know here as they're making their last minute adjustments, Matt Kaczewski, in their damn it, Matt Savoca.
That's two down.
That's two thus far, shooter. Anything else that people need to know?
We should have like a counter, and then at a certain point, like you get a very public penalty of some kind.
In case you were wondering, when I was doing these 3-mans on the NFL Live Before Locked, if I had a preference between going to one of you, it was literally whichever one just came out of my mouth, and then it would be handed over to you. Now I have to say Savoca. I have no other option.
Right.
What else do I do?
Also, if you just muddle the S or the G at the beginning, you're still like, and you have to like Jeski or Savoca. You get what I'm saying. All right. My point I do want to make
syllable jokes. Those were syllable jokes.
Grammar jokes, syllable jokes. Just do English teacher shit for days here. I think we should talk about. I think we should talk about the fact that there are so little afternoon games. We mentioned it earlier, but it means a lot for late swap because you've been talking that Arizona-Seattle game. First of all, 49.5 point total. We were going to be targeting that game environment regardless of when it was played. But because the only other game available to us is LA-Tampa Bay, which how 8 months have changed our opinions of these offenses, a 43-point total, it means that you're going to have to make some very, very bold decisions, some salary-saving decisions with your late swap. And honestly, I'm not sure I'm leaving as much room for late swaps in terms of quantity of roster spots. It still means I can leave salary totals high, but I don't want to be stuck with like, oh, shoot, I got to fill 5 afternoon slots here with a whole bunch of lineups here because there's just not that many great looking options.
Yeah, I love swapping though to all of these I'm going to be doing a lot of swapping actually still because of how much I have exposure to those 4 teams in the late night window. We'll see. I think the late swapping is always a positive. I mean, especially now that we're back in the NBA mix, I think people probably are aware of how important it is to doing that day in, day out. NFL, maybe a little bit less so because there's so many moving pieces and so many things that are in place. And majority of your games are early. It's not like we have all of this swappability that exists, but I'm definitely going to be playing around with my lineups, and I think you guys should be too. Going to be fun. Deion Jackson, why do you show up so much in my lineups as I'm finishing everything up?
Here's another thing I'm noticing is that in Chicago, we need Alex Baker maybe to chime in, but it does seem like the wind has passed that 15 mile per hour sustained wind.
Did you see the Ohio State Northwestern game yesterday?
Yeah.
Holy God.
So wind can play a factor in football, as that clip will certainly tell you. Ultimately, I do think passing is still possible from this Miami team. It just lowers that ceiling probability of Tyreek Hill, Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Waddle. Still puts them firmly in the you can play them range, because I think they're going to stomp Chicago, even though they're only 4-point favorites on the road.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
I think that's given the Bears too much credit.
We'll see. At home, that field has been just garbage. Seems to be slowing down teams. And I don't know, if I were a football team and I had the opportunity to wet the grass before Tyreek Hill showed up at my stadium, I would probably do everything I could to slow him down before coming in there. And then just, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking that. Again, with 3 minutes left, I'm not going to go down conspiracy theory alley in terms of playing surfaces, but I can just say, when you're outdoors, you can do things to a field that you can't do inside on turf, just throwing it out there.
That's true. That's true. The speed of the game is definitely a little bit faster on turf compared to real grass.
Sure is. Let's see. So I've done that. Yeah, exactly. Because if you're logical and a team has a freak of nature like him there, I would do everything I could to slow him down, including, I don't know, just making it a miserable playing surface. I would absolutely do that. Just an idea. Hopefully
they're saying it in chat. Rob says Miami upset alert. Bears, most exciting team in football.
Yeah, that's not true. Stop it. Please disband that.
I actually do have some
chat.
fields. I do have some fields. I just don't have any Mooney or Claypool, or it's all about the rushing upside, right? I almost use Fields as a run back option as if I'm using Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle in lineups. I like that little skinny stack.
I got to finish this elite card thing. I got to put it together here. I got 2 minutes. That's a lot of time. I got all the time in all the land. Let's do a little Jared Goff action with this one. That seems fun, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
No, everything Goff. I just said sounds awful.
Justin Fields is a great RB, as 720 Red Dog says. Hey, look, you're just getting enough volume. I'm very interested in you as a quarterback. And honestly, it looks like the scheme change offensively has looked better on him. The efficiency still isn't good. He's 23rd in total QBR. 30th in true passer rating according to playerprofiler.com. It's not because they're good at passing or passing a lot.
No,
it's just that rushing upside. I'll take it all day at the quarterback position.
All right, y'all. Let me see. How much time do I have left to get this in? 17 seconds. I have 17 seconds.
We're good.
This is freaky.
Appreciate you all hanging out with us today. It's been awesome. Chat, as usual, on fire. Do we get to 2K likes, Jordan? Did we get there?
Whatever. I just played Michael.
Yes.
We got to 2K likes. See, that's beautiful. Now I can go out and win a tournament. Let's do that, guys. Hit that like button as we get out of here one last time. Matt Savoca, any final words for the people as we get out of here?
Love you all. Appreciate you all. Let's win some money. Follow me at Draftaholic. Good times. Don't sing us out.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't have to, which is beautiful. I am going to tell you, though, NBA Live before lock, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Emat Lamarca. I'm tuning in. You should tune in to my two lover boys right there. 7:15 p.m. Eastern time. That's NFL Live before lock. That'll be myself and Neil Orfield. Looking forward to that one. Going to be, I don't know, a trouncing maybe? We'll talk some theory on that one. Tennessee, KC, looking forward to it. Thank you to Jordan Klein for doing 84 consecutive hours of live stream content here this morning. Good morning to you out there in the marina. You're crushing life. Proud of you. Leaving. Bye. Bye. Bye.